Good morning, colleagues, everyone in attendance. We would like to acknowledge all our RPs, all our council members who might be in attendance, all our SACAP colleagues. My name is Sfanele Matebula. This is a webinar on the recognition of prior learning, special consent, and special candidates exemption. I will be the program director of today. And in the program, we are going to have Mr. Danashwa Bastu, Mr. Muneti Chiwunda, and myself. I'd like at this point to welcome Mr. Danashwa Bastu to do the official opening and welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Daneshwar Basdev. I'm a SACAP counselor. I chair the RPL and registration committee. I want to greet everyone. Good morning, participants, colleagues, council members, and voluntary chairpersons from the voluntary associations. On behalf of the organizing team, it is my privilege to welcome you to today's webinar on recognition of prior learning and special consent. This session is more than just an information sharing platform. It is about unlocking opportunities, empowering individuals, and strengthening professional pathways. Recognition of prior learning and special consent are vital tools in ensuring that experience, knowledge, and skills, whether gained formally or informally, are recognized, validated, and celebrated. By engaging in this conversation, we affirm our commitment to fairness, inclusivity, and lifelong learning, ensuring that every person's journey counts and contributes meaningfully to our communities and industries. We encourage you to engage actively, ask questions, and share insights. This is a collaborative space, and your contributions will enrich the dialogue. Thank you for being here, and let's embark on this important journey together. When we look at the agenda, which our program director will outline, we have opening and welcome, we have introductions, and the purpose of the webinar. So the purpose of today's webinar is to outline key areas for improvement in the recognition of prior learning and special consent application process. The aim is to streamline assessments, ensure compliance with SACAP standards, and enhance the quality of submissions. I'm now going to hand over to our program director, who's going to take us to the rest of the agenda for today. Thank you, and back to you, program director.
Thank you, Mr. Bastu. Mr. Bastu, the items in our agenda, we are going to deal with the required competencies through the 6 work stages, and the representative or the presenter there will be Mr. Bastu. And then later on, we are going to deal with the application process and the compilation of portfolio of evidence. The presenter there will be Sfanele Matebula, and we will also deal with identified areas of improvement during the application process. At the end of that presentation, we are going to take questions and provide answers. And right at the end, we are going to have Mr. Muneti Chiwunda doing the closing remarks and the vote of thanks. So that is how our agenda will look like today. The stipulated times or allocated times might vary depending on the length of the presentation. But for now, it's back to you, Mr. Bastu, to deal with your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Program Director. I think I just want to hand over to Mr. Munetsi. I think he's just going to set the rules, in terms of the CPD requirements and how CPD is going to work, and the do's and don'ts for you to actually qualify for the full 0.4 CPD credits. Mr. Munetsi, can you just give the participants a brief overview on how to claim CPD or how CPD works before I actually do my presentation?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. For all our attendees, see now we are at 340 and the number is increasing. In order for you to get those CPD points, you must be in attendance for almost 90% of the duration of the entire CPD process. You don't need to write to us, but make sure that the name and your emails that you use for registration is the correct one. If you use any other name that is not on your profile, please let us know so that we can therefore allocate the points to your portfolio. Please, if you leave in most cases, people, when we go on board break, they don't come back. You might forfeit those CPD points because you must be at least 90%. Then after all the presentation, then that's when we will then start to open for questions. But in the meantime, if you do have good questions during the webinar, you can put the questions on the question and answer. The team present here will be also assisting you with any of those questions. Thank you, Mr. Banashwa. Then you can go ahead after your presentation. We can then do our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munetsi. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Just advise me whether you all can see it or not. Mr. Munetsi, please advise if the screen can be seen.
Yes, you can just go at the top. Yes, now you can. Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Munetsi. We're relying on your technical expertise to guide us through this the technical process, and I'm going to start the process by actually a brief introduction here. I think so. Why is it necessary to actually have this workshop? Is that we are finding that when SACAP receives applications for upgrade from one category to another or for special consent, there are certain gaps that we have identified, which we have decided that we need to create the awareness so that potential applicants can then understand how to close those gaps or what to look for, so that when they submit their application, we would like to see completed applications. We like to see a higher success rate in terms of how, when people are assessed, that the number of referrals or the number of refusals are reduced, and the successes are much higher. And I think in starting the process, we've decided to just change our agenda a little bit, where I'm going to start with demonstrating the required competencies through the 6 work stages and understanding how to successfully prepare oneself. I think the reason for this is to allow sufficient time to actually engage with the content, and thereafter my colleagues will then speak about the identified areas of improvement during the application process. I think this is key to our starting point when we actually want to start the process of an upgrade. And then also, I think there'll be a brief overview on understanding RPL and SC. I think from the beginning, I just need to reiterate that this is not a workshop on the 6 work stages, and this is not a workshop on the SACAP 10 competencies. we are actually going to take you through some examples of how you do an alignment with the SACAP 10 competencies and the 6 work stages when you are submitting your portfolio of evidence. So this presentation consists of what is RPL and special consent all about? What does it mean for the RP? What does it mean for the portfolio of evidence? How to prepare for the interview and the PPE? Summary of the RPL assessment. So what is RPL all about? So we are looking at the SACWA perspective. The recognition of prior learning is defined as the principles and processes through which the prior knowledge and skills of a person are made visible, mediated, and assessed for the purpose of alternative access and admission, recognition, and certification of further learning and development. So this is the National RPL Policy 2019. I think this is something that we need to understand. RPL is a national imperative which SACAP has a mandate in terms of the SACAP Act and in terms of its implementation of the national mandate, that when we look at our guiding policies, we're finding that reference is made to SACWA and the HEQSF policy documents and other frameworks to actually guide us on how we need to implement RPL. And I think the key word here, when you look at the principle and the process through which the prior knowledge, I think key here, the prior knowledge and the skills of a person are made visible. SACAP is going to mediate in that process and assess for the purpose of alternative access and admission. We need to understand at this stage whether you come from a background of experience or from a background of formal qualifications. You'll find that the 10 competencies is a common denominator between experience and those who come from a formal learning environment. The formal learning environment will be those who went through an architectural learning site to acquire a qualification. What is RPL and special consent all about? Here we are speaking about SACAP's perspective. So what is SACAP's perspective? The recognition of prior learning and special consent process involves the following: identification, documentation, assessment, and the recognition of prior learning. So when we look at recognition of prior learning, we are looking at your knowledge, your skills, your competencies, and the values acquired formally or informally. So like I explained earlier, we have two routes. So, one is the experience-based learning, and one is the formal-based learning where you went through a university learning site. The prior learning is assessed in accordance with the SACAP 10 professional competencies. I think that by now we are all familiar with the SACAP 10 professional competencies, and we are also familiar with the SACAP 10 work stages. We are also familiar with the SACAP's IDOW documentation in which these 10 competencies are there together with the 6 work stages. So I think for those who are not familiar, we are requesting that you familiarize yourself with the SACAP IDOW, because you'll also find that we speak about the learning level assessment outcomes in those documents, and where it tells you, what learning level outcomes you need if you are a draftsman, if you are a technologist, if you are a senior tech, or if you are an architect. That learning levels outcome is vital, is of vital importance that you understand, because when you are submitting your portfolio of evidence, that's one of the key things that we will be looking at to do an assess, or one of the key things the assessors will be looking at when they are assessing your application. So we're looking at the RP's perspective. I think what is the RPL and the special consent all about? The RP's perspective. I think this is very important. What is your perspective? The recognition of prior learning and special consent is a personal declaration. Again, I'm going to repeat this. the recognition of prior learning and recognition of prior learning and special consent is a personal declaration of one's lifelong learning, specifically with regards to knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving, skills, attitudes, and values of the SACAP 10 professional competencies and wanting to be duly assessed to be deemed competent. So again here, the key words here, one's lifelong learning with specifically with regards to knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving, skills, attitudes, and values of the SACAP 10 professional competencies and wanting to be duly assessed to be deemed competent. How do you do this? You're going to demonstrate this in one's portfolio of evidence, and you will effectively communicate these capabilities to the assessors. What is RPL and special consent not about? The recognition of prior learning and special consent is not just about successful local authority, successful project completions, involvement in complex and complicated projects, etc. Therefore, repeating exceptional documents from the above alone may not guarantee a successful application and/or automatic grounds for a category upgrade. I think we need to understand what is written or what is contained in this slide. That if we are submitting to 4.1, that may not be sufficient for an category upgrade. We need to look at the SACAP 10 competencies. We need to look at the learning levels outcome, and we will discuss all of that as we move along in these slides. So who is eligible for RPL and special consent? Only applicants who are registered professionals, not candidates. Again, we're reinforcing the word not candidates for the required minimum period shall be eligible to apply and be considered for RPL and the special consent process. Furthermore, any previously disadvantaged professional practicing in any capacity in the architectural profession shall be eligible to apply and be considered for RPL and special consent. So what does this mean for the RP? So you need to be competent in SACAP's 10 professional competencies. To undertake work according to the 6 work stages. This is very important. This is, what our discussion today is all about. SACAP's 10 professional competencies to undertake work according to the 6 work stages. We also need to reiterate that the SACAP 10 professional competencies is something that is used by the universities as well in their learning outcomes. And therefore, when we are measuring your experience, we are using the same 10 competencies that the university will use to make sure that we are speaking from one playing field, from one level playing field. So what does it mean for the RP? So we're looking at the case study here, case study 1. We got a new professional architectural technologist. He's newly graduated. He has 2 years of candidacy. He successfully wrote practice exam. He's newly registered with SACAP. He or she undertakes work according to the 6 work stages, performs at a minimum at the required level of the SACAP 10 professional competencies, Excerpts for some competencies will be used for illustrative purposes to demonstrate what is required for a newly qualified and registered professional architectural technologist in the next slide. Again, here, we are not going to go unpack the entire 6 work stages. Now we're going to unpack all of the competencies. We're going to just take a few examples just to show you how you need to demonstrate this in your portfolio of evidence. So what it means for the RP case study 1, excerpts for some competence will be used for illustrative purposes to demonstrate what is required for a newly qualified and registered professional architectural technologist. So we're looking at a candidate professional architectural technologist. So here it will be a registered, so here it will be the applicant. So competency demonstrated via formal or experiential learning. So example of, so there's an error here. So competency 10, office practice, legal aspects and ethics. We're then looking at knowledge, right? We're going to explain that later. Then we're looking at competency number 8, building structures. We're looking at your formal or experiential learning. So we're looking at knowledge again. And then we're looking at construction technology. We're looking at knowledge. So this is what is one of the required learning levels outcome that a technologist needs to have at these competency levels: knowledge, knowledge, knowledge. What does the knowledge learning level mean for a graduate? He needs to be familiar with relevant information without necessarily being skilled to see it through its fullest implication or application. So as you can see here, we at the previous slide, we spoke about your learning levels outcome. When you look at your IDOW, it references this in all of its documentation for all of the 4 categories of registration. So what does this mean for the RP? So we're saying 3 years later, the experienced professional architectural technologist, he went through a lifelong learning experience, which includes CPD, webinars, reading, etc. So now 3 years later, he engaged in a lifelong learning through various means and methods, specifically with regards to knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving, skills, attitude, and values of the SACAP 10 professional competencies. As you can see, again, we are reinforcing this year: knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving, skills, attitudes, and values of the SACAP 10 professional competencies. The reason why we're reinforcing this is that when you look at the IDOW, for each category of registration, it has knowledge, it has understanding, it has application, it has problem solving, it has skill, it has problem solving, and it says, listen, at this category of registration, this is what your learning levels outcome need to be. If you're a draftsman, this is the depth. If you're a technologist, this is the depth of your knowledge, understanding, application needs to be. If you're a senior tech, this is the depth of your knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving needs to be. If you're an architect, it actually you cut across all of these competencies. So this is very important that we as potential RPL applicants understand knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving, because we need to demonstrate all of these in our portfolio of evidence. Remember that we are actually going to submit a portfolio to SACAP, and we're going to ask SACAP to mediate in the process. In terms of the SACAP policy document or the definition, it says a mediation needs to take place. And who is that mediator? SACAP. SACAP is going to mediate and determine whether you are competent to upgrade to the next level. So we're looking at this professional architectural technologist with 3 years experience now wishes to apply for a category upgrade via RPL. So we must also be mindful that there are 2 ways to upgrade. One is that you can go back to an architectural learning site. That is the preferred method, where you then do the necessary modules or the necessary courses, and then you will receive the you will receive a qualification from the university. You will then submit that to SACAP, and then you will automatically be upgraded to the next category. So then we then referring to case study 1 again. We're looking at some of the competencies. Excerpts for some competencies will be used for illustrative purposes to demonstrate what is required for a now experienced professional architectural technologist applying for a category upgrade via RPL. So here again, we're looking at the candidate is the applicant. He is actually wanting to upgrade. So the professional architectural technologist wants to upgrade via RPL to become a senior technologist. So the competency, how are you going to demonstrate this competency? Either via formal or experiential learning. We're looking at office practice, legal aspects, and ethics. Here again, we're looking at understanding. We're looking at building structures, understanding. We're looking at construction technology. We're looking at understanding. What does the understanding learning level mean for a graduate? Full assimilation and comprehension of information and the skill to correctly paraphrase it and relate it to other situations, including its practical application. So as you can see now, in the previous slide, we showed you the competency, and we showed you the how you demonstrated your formal or your experiential learning. Here we now saying that at competency 10, 8, or 9, you are now moving to the next learning level, and this is what is understood by the learning level for a graduate. So then when we're looking again, excerpts for some competencies will be used for illustrative purposes. So we're just going to show you now. Here we have the architectural technologist who is now applying for an upgrade via RPL. We're then looking at the 10 competence. We're looking at, so we've identified, we've randomly chosen 3 competencies just to demonstrate what we are talking about. So you're saying at a technologist level, we spoke about knowledge. You're now saying when you look at the 10 competencies again or when you're looking at the competencies for a senior architectural technologist, we're speaking about office practice. You need to, from knowledge, you're moving to understanding. You can see here from technologist, you're moving to senior tech. From knowledge, you're moving to understanding. From building structures, from knowledge, you're moving to understanding. From construction technology, from knowledge, you're moving to understanding. These are all defined in documentation that you need to familiarize yourself with, because this will actually help you in actually putting your portfolio of evidence together and ensuring that when you present yourself before an assessment panel, that you are clearly demonstrated that, listen, I had knowledge as a technologist, but now in the evidence that I am submitting before SACAP's assessment panel, I have an understanding of office practice, legal aspects, and ethics. I have an understanding of the basic structures, basic structural concepts pertaining to buildings in terms of building structures. Then when I look at construction technology, I have an understanding of construction methods and the use of material related to the simple multi-story buildings. So again, we're referring to case study 1. One must effectively communicate one's growth, development, understanding, and so on via the artifacts in the portfolio of evidence and in person. I think this is very important. One must effectively communicate one's growth and development and understanding and so on via the artifacts in the portfolio of evidence and in person. What does the knowledge learning level mean for a graduate? Familiarity with relevant information. Then we look at what does the understanding learning level mean for a graduate? Full assimilation and comprehension of information and the skills. As you can see, we have migrated from familiarity to full assimilation. You can see here knowledge to understanding. We are familiar to full assimilation. We are familiar from familiarity, we are moving to comprehension of information. We are then moving without necessarily being skilled to see it to its fullest implication or application. 2, we are moving to skilled to correctly paraphrase it. So as you can see how we are migrating, how the technologist now, his learning and his experience is now being migrated so that he's demonstrating to the assessment panel that I am competent to perform work at the category of senior architectural technologist, because I am now demonstrating to you in my portfolio of evidence that I've moved from familiarity to full assimilation. I moved from familiarity to comprehension of information. I moved from a state where, without necessarily being skilled, I am now at a state where I have the skill to correctly paraphrase the information and to relate it to other situations, including its practical application. So as you can see, these are very important concepts that we need to make sure we understand when we are demonstrating our competencies in the portfolio of evidence. And I think this is key in our learning levels, outcome, knowledge, awareness, understanding, problem solving, something that we need to by heart and make sure whenever we are submitting a portfolio of evidence, we are able to show that we have migrated from that level of learning to a higher level of learning. So we need to see that transformation taking place so that SACAP can then deem you competent through the mediation process that will unfold through an independent adjudication of the assessment panel. What does it mean for the portfolio of evidence? The RPL, a special consent assessment, uses the 6 work stages as a framework for the type of work and the 10 competencies as the framework for the standard of skill and knowledge demonstrated in that work. These are the 2 sides of the same coin. What does it mean for the portfolio of evidence? What are the triggers? So these are the questions that we need to ask ourselves. What are the triggers? The RPL learning level requirements per category of upgrade. A is knowledge. Again, you can see we are reinforcing this learning level requirements per category of upgrade. You go back to the IDOW document, you will find it there. You'll find under draftsman, this is the learning level requirement. Under senior tech, this is the learning level requirement. Under technologist, this is the learning level requirement. Knowledge, B, understanding, C, application, D, problem solving. What are the triggers again? Knowledge. So when you're looking at our learning levels requirements, we are saying this, and we want to see the transformational shift from one category to the next category of registration. So again, knowledge is acquaintance with the relevant concepts and methods without necessarily being skilled, to paraphrase information So again, we're now explaining, the triggers. We as the applicants need to understand the triggers that we need to demonstrate in our portfolio of evidence, that when we are submitting our portfolio of evidence, together with our application forms, we need to demonstrate that we are able to move from one learning level to the next learning level as designated for that category of registration. So then we're looking at B, understanding. We need to be familiar with relevant information without necessarily being skilled to see to its fullest implication or application. Again, here we explained that in the previous slides where we moved from technologist to senior tech, and we showed you how your learning levels or requirements are different for that of a technologist, and what you need to demonstrate to the assessment panel when you are submitting your portfolio in terms of what is required of you in terms of your learning levels requirements that is required for you to perform as a senior architectural technologist. Then again, we're looking at the triggers again, application. We're looking here, full assimilation and comprehension of information and the skill to correctly paraphrase it and relate it to other situations, including its practical application. So all of this here is of vital importance that we understand when we are presenting ourselves before an assessment panel. Again here, what are the triggers? The learning level requirements per category of upgrade. Remember again in that example where we demonstrated in the previous slide, in the previous slides above, from technologist to senior tech, there are learning level triggers. We are saying what is the minimum requirement, and now that I'm moving, or now that I want to upgrade to a higher category, so irrespective of which category you are, whether you're from draftsman to technologist, or from technologist to senior tech, or from senior tech to architect, there are triggers that you need to be familiar with. And all of that information is in the IDOW documentation, which actually tells you these are the competency levels, these are the learning levels requirements to perform at that category, or to perform at that category. So then we look at D, problem solving, your skill in analyzing problems, identifying appropriate information for the accomplishment of tasks, and to apply to the solution of a specific problem. I think problem solving is something that when you are submitting your portfolio of evidence, if you went and did a site visit and then you identified the challenges that exist on that site, and then you need to solve a problem to actually comply with a municipal legislation, or to comply with a SAN standard, or to achieve what the client wants you to achieve, you need to then demonstrate to that panel how you went about, how you identified the problem, how you analyzed the problem, and how you came up with solutions that actually was able to address the issues on the site. And this is not necessarily, at a site level. It may be at other work stages where you identify problems, whether you're doing a skyscraper and then suddenly you have these issues with the facilities for the disabled person, and then there are challenges, and then how did you go about identifying how did you go about analyzing the problem, and how did you come up with the solution to actually address that from a term of a legislative compliance, in terms of a rational assessment, or in terms of a SAN standard. Then we're looking at here again how the assessment is conducted by aligning the 6 work stages and the SACAP 10 competencies. The RPL applicant must prove that their prior learning and experience has equipped them with the required competencies across all 6 work stages. This is typically done through a portfolio of evidence. So again, here, I just want to reinforce how the assessment is conducted by aligning the 6 work stages and the SACAP 10 competencies. The RPL applicant must prove that their prior learning and experience has equipped them with the required competencies across all 6 work stages. And this is done, how you achieve this? Through a portfolio of evidence. Mapping out the experience for the work stages. Again, here, the candidate will select a range of projects, usually between 3 and 5, that in combination demonstrate experience across all 6 work stages. You don't need one project that covers all work stages, but we need to be mindful of the statement here now. Right? We're going to explain it later. But your portfolio as a whole must demonstrate experience across all 6 work stages. So what do we mean by you don't need one project that covers all 6 work stages? You may have a project or a building typology where your client did not assign you to do the closeout, did not assign you to do work stage 5 and 6, and the client appointed another independent specialist. However, in that project or in that in that building typology, there were unique features that actually demonstrate your skills, demonstrate your competencies, demonstrates your awareness, demonstrates your understanding, demonstrates your knowledge, demonstrates your problem solving. So you want to put your best foot forward, and then you're going to take those examples and then you're going to demonstrate it to the assessor and say, listen, even though I did not take this project to close out, however, these are the areas of expertise in which I excelled. And therefore I am presenting it to this assessment committee for evaluation. However, together with that, you will submit your client agreement and say, this is my work stages here, and the client appointed an independent assessor, and then when we look at the second part, your portfolio as a whole must demonstrate experience across all 6 work stages. So if one portfolio doesn't have the work stage 5 and 6, we're saying the other 4 must have work stage 5 and 6. So so when the assessors are assessing your application, you will then highlight in those stages, I am capable and competent of actually doing my project to close out. I'm capable and competent in doing work stage 5 and 6. So we are actually, you are actually then demonstrating your experience across all 6 work stages. So we then is speaking about example. One might use project A to show a deep involvement in stages 1 to 3, that is inception to design development. Project B to demonstrate your skills in stage 4 and 5, that's documentation and construction. So that's your municipal submission and construction documentation. And then in project C to show your understanding of work stage 6 closeout. So here we're not showing you all of the 6 work stages. We just randomly chose work stage 1 and 3 to just show you in project A, in project B, in project C. You must be mindful of the fact that when you are submitting your application, you have 30 minutes to actually demonstrate your experience and to demonstrate your knowledge, awareness, understanding. If you decide to choose one project, you might not be able to cover all of your competencies or all of the learning levels outcomes. So you choose your best ones in each of the project, and then you present it to your assessors. So then here for each project and each relevant work stage you are claiming, you must provide evidence that you applied the specific competence. So again, here we're reinforcing this. You must provide evidence that you applied the specific competence. This is the core of the assessment. So remember, when you are submitting your portfolio of evidence, you must provide evidence that you apply the specific competency to the work stages. And remember, the work stages are the work that you are doing, the instruction that your client has given you, and then you're gonna demonstrate to the panelists through the work that you have done that I have knowledge, I have understanding, I have awareness, I have problem-solving capabilities. And in terms of my competencies, when you look at the SACAP 10 competencies, this is how I applied the 10 competencies through the various work stages to achieve a successful project. So demonstrating competencies within each stage, an illustrative example of alignment. Work stage 3, we're looking at design development, refining the design, technical systems, develop the conceptual design further by confirmation of the scope and complexity of the design, review the design and consult with local statutory authorities, develop the design construction system material and components, incorporate and coordinate all services and the work of consultants. Again, here we looking at work stage 3. When we look at our 6 work stages, each of them has certain outcomes that you need to achieve. So when you are submitting a portfolio of evidence, you need to demonstrate how you complied, how you transformed, in terms of achieving those deliverables in your contract, in your architectural drawings, or in any other documentation which you will be submitting for assessment. You're going to review the design, cost, and program with the consultants as well. So all of these things you need to demonstrate to the assessment panel. There's my portfolio of evidence. This is how I reviewed the documents. This is how I did a costing, and this is how I consulted this is how I engaged with the consultants, and this is the program I put in place to ensure that we have a seamless project that's going to unfold. And then again, when we're looking at a work stage 3, the design development, refining the design, the technical systems, applicable competencies, again here. So we must just be mindful here about the competencies and the output. So we're looking at work stage 3, the competencies and outputs. So we're looking at architectural design. You're going to provide develop design drawings, 3D models, and a written report explaining design decisions. You're looking at your competency 2, environmental and sustainability relationships. You're going to provide evidence of material selection for environmental performance, energy calculations, or passive design strategies incorporated into the developed design. In terms of construction technology, you're going to show preliminary technical details, schedule of finishes, and coordination notes with consultants. In terms of competency for your building structures, so I haven't unpacked that. You're looking at 4, 5, and 6. So we need to be, again here, whilst we're giving an example of work stage 3 and some of the competencies that may be related to work stage 3, we are saying that this is not a tick box exercise where you're going to say, in terms of work stage 3, this is the competency, and you're going to tick environmental sustainability construction. Depending on the complexity of your project, depending on the building typology, there may be different competencies that is applicable. So you as the professional, you as the designer will then determine what is the level of competency that is required at work stage 3. When we're looking at environmental issues, have I addressed all of the environmental issues? What does energy efficiency say? What does XA say? In terms of construction technology, have I adequately provided the construction detail? Is the contractor able to interpret the drawing that I produced by providing sufficient information? Is when we are going to do a costing or do a budget, have I provided sufficient information that can be interpreted to actually do a costing for that project? Building services and related technologies as well. So demonstrating competencies within each work stages. This is also an illustrative example of an alignment. When we're saying at work stage 5, again here we just randomly chose different work stages to say at work stage 5, your construction, your administration and construction contract and monitoring the building process. So here we're speaking about administering the building contract by handing over the site to the contractor, issuing construction documentation, initiate and or check subcontract design and documentation as appropriate, inspect the works for conformity to the contract documentation, administer and perform the duties and obligations assigned to the principal agent in the JBCC building agreement, or fulfill the obligations provided in other forms of contract. I think here as well, again, when we look at issuing the certificate of practical completion, assist the client to obtain the occupation certificate. Again, early on, we said that you may have done a project where you have not closed out the project, or where you have not done work stage 5. But however, in your second and third and fourth portfolio of evidence, you need to provide this proof to the assessor to inform, so that assessors can make an informed decision to say, listen, that I as the applicant can actually successfully close out a project by demonstrating, or I can successfully do work stage 5. And in terms of your portfolio of evidence, what documentation did you provide to the contractor when you handed over the site to the contractor? What type of construction documentation was issued? Did you check the subcontractor design documentation as appropriate? You know, there might be workshop design documents and drawings and things like that. Did you inspect the work for conformity to the construction documentation? So all of these items that are listed here, you need to demonstrate it, or even when you are before the assessment panel is going to mediate and ask you questions to test whether you have done all of these processes. Or they may ask you one aspect when you issue the certificate of practical completion. They may interrogate you on your certificate of practical completion to make sure that you have actually issued a certificate of practical completion, and you've not merely just submitted one just to hoodwink the panel. And then in terms of assisting the client to obtain the occupation certificate, maybe you then explain to the panel, you know, how you went about obtaining that occupation certificate, and what were the constraints that needed to be fulfilled before you obtained that occupation certificate. And then in terms of work stage 5, again, we're looking at here, administering of the contract document. What are the applicable competencies and outputs? Again, here we're looking at your procurement and construction, provide site inspections, reports, minutes of site meetings, instructions to the contractor, and payment certificates. So here again, when you are submitting your portfolio of evidence, you're going to then demonstrate to the assessment panel that, okay, in terms of work stage 5, these are my site inspection reports. These are the minutes of the site meeting. These are the instructions that were given to the contractor, and these are my payment certificates. So when the panel looks at these documents, they will then determine whether you are competent to actually perform work at that level or that category. This demonstrates your understanding of contract administration. I think this is key to the discussion, that you need to demonstrate your understanding of work stage 5. You need to demonstrate your understanding of work stage 4. You need to demonstrate so when you say you need to demonstrate your understanding at work stage 4, so we then look at the competencies that may be required at work stage 4. What are the competencies that are required at work stage 4, and how can I demonstrate these the SECAP 10 competencies at work stage 4, that the assessment panel is confident that I have complied with that rubric. And then further notes demonstrating competencies within each work stage. So this is something that we need to be mindful of. Cross-cutting competencies applicable to multiple stages. So accessible design must be shown in work stage 2, 3, and 4 through drawings and specifications that comply with SANS 10400S, or through a rational design or any other applicable legislation that says, listen, I have complied with this requirement. We also need to be mindful that the competencies, like I explained earlier, depending on your building typography, depending on your project complexity, some of them may not have all of the SECAP competencies there, but you as the designer will identify which is the appropriate competencies, and then you need to demonstrate it through your drawings. This is how I have achieved these competencies in my drawing. So then we look at context and society should be evident in stages 1 and 2, show site analysis, show your community engagement or response to urban design guidelines. So when you are doing your different work stages, you need to look at what is the 10 competencies is required, and then you identify the appropriate competencies, and then you demonstrate that through your portfolio of evidence. I think I need to just state this, that not all of the building types or not all of the building typologies will have a similar competency. It will depend on the type of building, the project complexity. So some you might have 3 competencies, some may have 5, some may have 7. So you as the designer need to identify it, and then when you are submitting that portfolio to SECAP, you need to then identify and highlight how you achieved those competencies. And then when the assessors look at that, then they will ask you the relevant questions. Then they will ask you the relevant questions regarding this stages. Or they will ask you the relevant questions pertaining to the SECAP competencies and how you applied it through the work stages. Then we're also saying research. So research can be demonstrated at every work stage. Remember, at work stage 1 to work stage 6, there may be challenges that you might have identified. There may be problems that you need to solve. So you need to then demonstrate to the panelists, okay, this is the research I did to actually solve a problem. And I think if you can demonstrate that, remember, every building or every building type may have some kind of a challenge on the site, may have some kind of a challenge in terms of the building material we're going to use. And then you're going to do your independent research and say, for me to achieve compliance, this is the research I've done, and this is how I achieved that compliance in terms of legislation, or in terms of a SANS standard, or in terms of what the client's brief was asking us to achieve. Then also post-occupancy evaluation. Remember, at work stage 6, once we hand over the project, once the project is in a commissioning state, there may be issues. If we're designing a hospital, or we're designing a prison, or we're designing a multi-story building, there might be issues that may have not worked out perfectly. And then we need to do research to see how can we fix this problem we have identified. So all of these things, you must highlight it in your portfolio of evidence. Remember that when you put in your portfolio of evidence together, you need to demonstrate those competencies. You need to demonstrate. So when you're looking at research, and problem solving. You need to demonstrate that to the assessor. Listen, I have the ability, I have the awareness, I have the knowledge on how to solve problems, how to identify problems, how to resolve issues on site. So this is what we mean by this in terms of the research that I need to do, in terms of when I identify a problem, how I went about solving that problem, what research I need to do, what material, what documents I had to read, who did I consult to actually get advice, which peers did I go to. When you look at our history theory precedent, in that competency of history theory precedent, there might be a building similar to what you have done, and there may be similar challenges that architectural professional may have faced, and then you may have read on his notes and said, okay, this is how that professional went about solving that problem. So this is what you're going to demonstrate to the assessment panel to say, listen, I have the capability and I have the ability to actually solve problems. I understand, I have an awareness, I have the knowledge, and I can do all of these things at that specific category of registration. Then we coming to an end of that, we're moving to the next stage here, how to prepare for an interview and writing of the PPE exam. We're then saying the role of the interview and the written examination. The portfolio of evidence is followed by a professional interview. So we need to know, once you submit your portfolio of evidence, you're going to go through an interview process. And for some of us who are experience-based, may have not written the professional practice exam, or some of us who have already written part 1 of the PPE, we will be required to write a professional practice examination before we are allowed to upgrade if we are successful in our application. So when you're looking at our professional interview, a panel of SACAP assessors will interview based on your portfolio. So remember this, a panel of SACAP assessors will interview you based on your portfolio. They will probe the depth of your understanding, your decision-making process, and your ethical judgment. So again, remember, we spoke about the awareness, the knowledge, the understanding, the problem-solving techniques. We spoke about the SACAP 10 competencies. You need to understand all of those competencies. You need to understand how you use them in your 6 work stages, in your drawings. So your drawings is actually where you're going to use those competencies. Remember, your 6 work stages is not a competency test. You're actually going to demonstrate your competencies through those drawings. They are checking if you are truly own the knowledge and didn't just compile someone else's work. Remember that the assessment panels have a way of checking if you truly own the knowledge and you did not just compile someone else's work. They will ask questions like, in project X at work stage 4, you made this detail. Why did you choose that specific solution? And how does it demonstrate competency? How does it demonstrate competency? So we're looking at contract documentation and administration. So they're going to ask you these probing questions, and you must be able to communicate the answers effectively. If you're hesitant or if you're unable to answer in a way that you can demonstrate your competency, it might be marked as a negative for you. So you must be mindful of the fact that the work that you do, you must be able to communicate that information, and you must be able to communicate to the assessment panelists how you went about achieving these solutions. When they ask you that question, you must be confident. And the only way you will be confident if you found the solution, if your details were that of your own, if you took someone else's construction detail and you copied and pasted into your work, and when someone interrogates you on that detail, you might not be able to answer that because you did a copy and paste of another team member's work, and therefore you can't answer that question correctly. or you may answer it incorrectly, and then we're saying the assessment panel may pick up on that and then say, listen, this is not your work, or you have done this, or part of this work is not yours. And then again, our professional practice examination, most RPL candidates are also required to write the SECAP professional practice exam. This exam directly tests your knowledge of the legal, the ethical, and the managerial aspects of the practice. Okay, over here, again, we are on the last bit of this webinar, the summary. We're looking at the core challenges. I think this again is very important. The core challenges, the requirements, ask the applicant to demonstrate not just what he or she has designed, but how and why they designed it. Again, the core challenge, the requirement asks the applicant to demonstrate not just what he or she has designed, but how and why they designed it. Remember, they're going to be asking you those probing questions. It is a test of the applicant's process, judgment, and specific contribution to your knowledge, your understanding, and your application and problem solving. Remember, we opened this discussion with knowledge, understanding, application, and problem solving. So when we look at the category of registration, we're saying at draftsman level, we are saying what is the learning level outcome you need here. At senior tech, at architect, at technologist, they are architect, they are learning level outcome that you need to achieve. Have you achieved it? So for you to move from one category to the next category, you must demonstrate that this is how I have achieved these learning level outcomes. And it is easy. All you have to do is go and read the IDW and understand it. Gives you in detail what you need to do and how and how you can then use that information to actually ensure that when you're applying for the category upgrade from draftsman to technologist, what is the required learning level outcomes for a technologist? What is the learning level outcome from technologist to senior tech, from senior tech to architect? Again, this is the test that the applicant's process, judgment, and specific contribution. Again, we're then looking at your visual representation. So your focus area is interpreting your design development drawings, which you're going to reduce to an A3, and your photographs. So remember, your from an A1 drawing and from an A0 drawing, your information is going to be compact, and therefore how you present it is very important, and how you take out information that you want to demonstrate your competency. How you extract that information, how you highlight it is very important, because those are the things will then be used by the assessment panel to determine the level of your competency and whether we can then upgrade you to the next category of registration. So the drawing as a process, you need to emphasize the need to show iterative problem-solving drawings, your sketches, your diagrams, your detailed studies, not only the final polished renders to demonstrate your design journey. So when we're looking at your portfolio of evidence, we're saying don't submit a polished renders to demonstrate your design journey. Give us the information behind the scenes. Give us your sketches. Give us your diagrams. Show us detailed studies, so we can then use this and say, okay, these things fit in. These are the 10 competencies. This is where this detail fits. This is where these sketches fit. This is where these diagrams fit. And then you are demonstrating your design process and saying, listen, I started here. This is the research I've done. This is the problems I've solved. This is my understanding of the concept. And this is how I then, from work stage 1 to work stage 6, this is how I used my 10 competencies, and this is how I was able to produce that document. You must remember, the client does not employ us to demonstrate our 10 competencies. The client employs us to do the 6 work stages to produce a drawing that can be issued for municipal approval and then can be handed over to a quantity surveyor for bill of quantities, and then handed over for construction. So we're saying the client is not testing your competency, but your 10 competencies. But through your 6 work stages, you are going to demonstrate to the assessment panel, my 10 competencies will allow me to actually perform work at a higher category of registration. Again, this is why is this important? They demonstrate, like I explained earlier, they demonstrate the applicant's problem-solving skills. I think throughout this journey, you need to demonstrate something, and those learning outcomes are something that you need to focus on to demonstrate something. Then we're saying your photographs and your drawings must work together. When you provide as-built drawings and the atmosphere, while the drawings explain the rationale behind the bull form. So when you're submitting your photographs and you're submitting a drawing, they must speak together. You must show the relationship, the photographs and the drawings, and show how you achieved certain of the competencies through that visual representation. And then we're looking at the written. Remember that you have a visual form, you have a written form. So crafting the description of locality, client, nature, and scope. So we're then saying in your description of the locality, so when you're looking at work stage 1, you're going to give an overview of the description of the locality. You're going to give a description of your client. Who was your client? Was he a private client, private sector client? Was he from government? Was he from corporate? You explain the nature and the scope of the work. Remember, you're then going to highlight the challenges when I went on site, when the client brief, these were the challenges, these were the issues in the design brief, and how you went about solving the problems there. And then the key points there: context is the king, locality, and the client should be rich in description of constraints, opportunities, and the need, not just basic facts. So again, I explained before, every site has some kind of a constraint. Every site has an opportunity, and every site needs some problem to be solved. Every site or every design brief, you may want to achieve a compliance. You may have to achieve compliance in a certain way. The SAN standard may not be applicable. You might need a rational assessment, or you might need a different method to achieve that compliance. So you need to demonstrate all of these things in your project. Remember, each project is unique. Each building typology is unique. Each area is unique. Each locality is unique. If you're doing work in KwaZulu-Natal, in the Bergs, might be different from doing work, inland in the Free State. So we're saying, how do you then demonstrate all of these things in your written expression when you're submitting your portfolio of evidence, and when you're identifying your challenges, or when you are trying to relate it to your 10 competencies. So clarity and impact, again, nature and scope is the project's, the nature and the scope is the project's elevator pitch. It must be concise. It must be a concise statement that defines what the project is and why it is significant, its aims and achievements. I think this is also important, in that when you are presenting to the assessment assessment panel, you give a brief overview, you explain all of these things, but you must also be mindful that you have 30 minutes to do all of this. So you must always put your best foot first, best foot forward, and then highlight key areas that you want to demonstrate. That, listen, in terms of the learning levels outcome, in terms of the SACAP 10 competencies, and in terms of the 6 work stages in which I'm producing the drawings, this is how I was able to achieve this, and this is why I'm able to actually perform work at a higher level through these methods that I've used. And this is what the panel is going to look for, in that when they are assessing you at each competency, they're going to be looking for specific areas of expertise from yourself. So you need to highlight those expertise in your drawing, in your written statement, or in your drawing statement, by extracting that information and highlighting it and saying, this is my this is what we're calling your project's elevator pitch, is that I have I am able to demonstrate my knowledge. I'm able to demonstrate my problem-solving techniques. I'm able to demonstrate my awareness and understanding through these methods. And once the panel is confident, I think you're going to find that you're going to be successful in an upgrade. And then in terms of your personal experience, we're then going to say you're going to focus excelling in the statement of the applicant's involvement. So your key points here is we're going to move away from we. So remember, if we are designing a hospital, remember a huge multi-story hospital or a huge skyscraper, you know, there will be a team of professionals involved in that project. So you need, if you submitted a portfolio where you was involved in one aspect, when you are presenting that evidence, you need to identify the we from the I. You need to say that this is the most critical element for the individual assessment. The applicant must clearly articulate the specific personal contributions distinct from the team's work. So you need to say, I was involved in the 6 works. I was involved in the in work stage 6. This is how I was involved in work stage 6 in the closeout. This is how I was involved in producing the work stage 3. This is how I was involved in producing the design brief. So here you can clearly demonstrate to the panel that you are capable and competent working independently. Whilst the team was assigned to do A, B, C, D, you did E and F to actually bring that project to life. Then your active language encourages the use of strong action-oriented verbs. I developed, again, it's reinforcing the we from the I. I developed, I resolved, I coordinated. So you need to draw the distinction between what you did and what the team did, where you was actively involved in coming up with a design solution, where you was actively involved in a work stage. You need to highlight that this is my work. I have done this. And then when the assessment panel looks at what you've submitted, they will then test that knowledge and to make sure that it is your work and not that of the team. And then also you will then reinforce that information by ensuring that you have submitted a testimonial or you have submitted an affidavit from your principal to say, listen, who will testify that you have actually done that work independent of the team. And then the life cycle evidence, applicants should demonstrate their input across various stages. So from brief, design, technical documentation, administration, even if you weren't the lead. So we are continuously re-emphasizing you must demonstrate your involvement in the project to the various stages. However, we need to be mindful that we have 30 minutes, so you choose what you want to highlight. You choose, you know, what is going to demonstrate your competency, what is going to demonstrate your learning awareness capabilities in terms of problem solving or in terms of understanding, or whichever is applicable to that work stage. We then look at the synthesis. The golden thread here is the goal is to weave the 3 narratives. So we're looking at the 3, your visual, your written, and then we say, how do we weave this 3 narratives into a single coherent golden thread where the visual, the description, and your personal statement all align and reinforce each other. Then we also saying curate ruthlessly. Applicants are advised to be selective. You must choose, like I said before, put your best foot forward. Applicants are advised to be selective, include only evidence that directly supports their narrative of competence. You must think like the assessor. I think this is very important. Think like the assessor. The submission is a body of evidence. The applicant's job is to make that evidence unambiguous and compelling. So the summary of the RPL assessment, the final assessment decision, the assessors do not simply tick boxes. So I kept on reinforcing this. They make a holistic judgment. Has the candidate's prior learning provided them with a comprehensive understanding of the architectural process as defined by the 6 work stages? Has the candidate demonstrated the requisite depth of skill, knowledge, and professional judgment as defined by the 10 competencies within those stages? Again, here to reinforce, the assessors do not simply tick boxes. They are going to ask you probing questions. So there will be 3, in most instances, there are 3 assessors. Each assessor is going to look at your evidence and they're going to ask you probing questions. They're going to test your knowledge. They're going to make sure that you have done the work and you're not simply that you're not simply submitted a third party's work for approval. So just be mindful that this is a rigorous process where you will be tested, where probing questions will be asked to ensure that you have done the work and you're not submitting a third-party drawing for validation or approval. Then there's again here, we're saying that a successful RPL candidate is one who can convincingly weave a narrative of their experience, using the 6 work stages as the timeline and the 10 competencies of proof of the capability, ultimately demonstrating that they are fit to practice independently as a registered architectural professional in South Africa. Again, to reinforce that the successful RPL applicant is one who can convincingly weave a narrative of their experience. Again, we are testing your experience. However, we are measuring it against a rubric. The rubric is the 10 competencies. We're going to look at the 10 competencies. We're going to look at your learning levels outcome, and we're going to look at the SACAP 6 work stages. And then we're saying, how did you demonstrate that you are fit to practice independently at a higher category of registration? Okay, we're going to open to question and answers, but I'm going to hand over to our program director. I think I've come to an end of the presentation. So I'm going to hand over to the program director and he's going to then take us through the process. Mr. Matubula.
Thank you, Mr. Pastu, for such a detailed, insightful presentation. It is quite helpful. What we do take from your presentation is that indeed this entire process or these processes are rigorous processes. This then tells me that the applicants must be thoroughly prepared, because they don't want to find themselves having wasted their monies, because there are application fees applicable throughout these processes. And in the event that one is not satisfied with the outcome, one may need to appeal, and there are further costs associated with appeals. But of course, these costs will be covered in the next presentation, which will follow. I want to suggest, Mr. Pastu and fellow panel members, that we take questions after the upcoming presentation, so that we can deal with the questions once and for all. I see that the time now is about 25 past 11. We appear to be ahead of time. Our scheduled break is at 12. So I want to suggest that we proceed with the next presentation at this point. I'm quite adamant that by 12, we would have finished it, and then we can take that break and then come back for the question and answer session. Just a moment while I try to share my screen on my side. Please confirm, Mr. Pascu, if my screen is sharing on your side.
Yes, Chair. Yes, Program Director.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, colleagues, this presentation will be done by myself. It will not be a long presentation. It is just 14 slides. You will realize as we go along that some of the points here, they are reiterating or recapping what Mr. Pascu has already presented. You will also see that this presentation touches on the special candidates exemption application processes. This will assist our professionals here to guide, for those who have got candidates in their firms, to guide their candidates in as far as proceeding with the SCE applications is concerned. So this presentation will just deal with the application process, as well as some identified areas of improvement that we have observed that we think might be during the application processes. So this is the application process overview for the RPL, special consent, and special candidates exemption. For RPL applications, one needs to provide a portfolio of evidence. This portfolio of evidence must include 5 projects. The projects must seek to demonstrate that the applicant has been involved within and or beyond that scope of work, and they must reflect the 10 SACAP competencies. For special consent applications, the applicant must provide a portfolio of evidence. This portfolio of evidence must include an approval plan for each building type that the applicant is applying for. And the projects must demonstrate the applicant's involvement within and beyond the scope of their work. And indeed, they must also reflect the 10 SACAP competencies. For special candidacy exemption, the applicant must provide a portfolio of evidence. It must also include 5 projects, and the projects must demonstrate the applicant's involvement within and beyond that scope of work. Now we deal with the eligibility criteria. So what is it that applicants who apply for special consent must have in order to be eligible? They must be registered as a professional, and they must have previous approved plans in the building types that they are applying for. For RPL applicants, they must have been registered in a professional category for 3 or more years. And then in the special candidates exemption applications, the applicants must have recognized agricultural qualifications from SACAP accredited learning sites. And these qualifications must have been obtained 5 or more years prior to the applicants making such application. The applicants must have a minimum of 5 years practicing architecture since obtaining the qualification. And of course, they must not have been registered as candidates before. The application steps for all these applications under discussion. 1, the applicants must visit the SACCAP website, which is www.saccapsa.com. The second stage is to sign in with the applicant's username or password. They must then navigate to applications. They select the tabs there either on the IDOW or special consent, or the IDOW or RPL tabs, and then they submit the required documents. In some instances, applicants may contact the SACCAP office to facilitate the SCE applications. Required documents for the recognition of prior learning and special consent applications. The applicant must submit their CV detailing or indicating their years of architectural experience. They must also submit the application form, which must be properly and appropriately completed. They must also submit a table for information form, which must be completed. The portfolio of evidence must be submitted, and then the proof of payment must also be submitted, as well as the competency form. Required documents for special candidacy exemption applications require a certified copy of ID or passport. There must be certified copies of recognized architectural qualifications, ideally and most obviously from accredited sites. The CV must indicate the years of architectural experience. The application form must also be completed. A table of information form must be completed. A portfolio of evidence must be submitted. And of course, there must be proof of payment for the application to be looked into. Once SACCAP is satisfied that the relevant requisite documents have been submitted, the next step is the authentication step, which requires then the submission of the portfolio of 5 projects from self-assessment. And then this portfolio is then assessed. If the assessment is successful, the outcome is that the candidate will then be eligible to write the PPE exam without submitting MTRs. It is important to note that applications with missing documents amount to incomplete applications, and as such, they will not be assessed. This will be the position until all documents have been submitted. The turnaround time for processing all applications, that is RPL, SC, and SCE, is 90 days from date of receipt of all required documents. As indicated previously, there are fees applicable to these applications. So this slide here demonstrates an overview of the fees. I'm just going to start bottom up. For special candidacy exemption, the fee for phase 1, that is when you submit your application, is 1,618. And then for phase 2, that is when you now go to the authentication phase, the fee is 3,556. And then we've got special consent assessment. The applicable fee is just paid under the second phase, which is 11,202. Now for RPL and special consent applications, if one needs to move from the professional architectural draftsperson to a professional architectural technologist, the fee for phase 1 is 622. And then under phase 2, the fee is 2,490. For PATs to PSAT, the fee for phase 1 is also 622. And then under phase 2, the applicable fee is 4,356. And then for PSAT to the professional architect now, the fee for phase 1 is 622. And then the fee for phase 2 is 8,090. As indicated, colleagues, if the applicant is aggrieved by the outcome of the assessment panel, they have a right to appeal under Section 24, subsection 1 of the Architectural Profession Act, that is Act 44 of 2000. If I were to go to the section itself, it provides that if an applicant is of the opinion that a committee, in its refusal to register him or her, or to cancel his or her registration, other than a cancellation in terms of Section 20, subsection 1A, 3, or under Section 32, 3A, did not comply with the provisions of Section 33 of the Constitution, that applicant may, on payment of the prescribed fees, and within 30 days from the date on which the refusal or cancellation came to his or her knowledge, appeal to the council against that decision. Clearly, colleagues, this section requires of the applicant to pay a particular fee if they want to apply for, or rather to appeal the decision of the panel. And the grounds for appeal are that the panel must be alleged to have failed to comply with the provisions of Section 33 of the Constitution. You will know, colleagues, that Section 33 of the Constitution affords citizens a right to administrative action which is lawful, reasonable, and procedurally fair. So if the applicant feels that they were subjected to a process which is unlawful, unreasonable, and unprocedurally fair, then they are welcome to lodge an appeal. The appeal must be done within 30 days of receiving the notice, and the prescribed fees for appeals are for PADs to PATs, the fee is 5,748, and then for PATs to PSATs, the applicable fee is 6,468, and then for PSATs to professional architects, the applicable appeal fee is 7,186. Just to reiterate, colleagues, that when one undertakes these applications, one must be very, very serious and understand that they will be tested during the assessment. And if they fail, all of these fees now might come into play. So I will move on, colleagues, to now discuss briefly the areas which we have identified that may need improvement during the application processes. The first one is the project submission limits. What has been observed is that applicants often submit more than the required number of projects. The recommendation is that SACAP should seek to enforce a strict limit of exactly 5 projects, which would be the recent and approved projects per applicant. This is so because excess submissions complicate the assessment process and reduce clarity. The second point noted is that of building plan requirements, the issue observed is that applicants tend to submit unapproved or informal plans for special consent applications. The recommendation then from SACAP is that SACAP should accept only municipal approved building plans to ensure legal and regulatory compliance. The third issue is the portfolio compliance for SC. What has been observed is that portfolios submitted by SC applicants often lack alignment with the SACAP standards. The recommendation is that SACAP is going to require a full portfolio of evidence that demonstrates proficiency across all the 10 SACAP core competencies. The last one is with regards to the portfolio of evidence. The issue that has been observed is that applicants are uncertain about how to compile a compliant portfolio. So SACAP will try to guide and provide a step-by-step outline which deals with the types of acceptable evidence that could be drawings, reports, and certifications, the mapping evidence to SACAP competencies, and formatting and presentation standards. So you see, colleagues, that these things that we are touching on now are the things that the previous presenter, Mr. Pascu, went extensively on in trying to illustrate what gaps are identified and how are we going to move forward from there. So colleagues, this ends the presentation. I had indicated earlier on that it's going to be a brief presentation indeed. I thank you at this point. I don't know if this would be the opportune time to take a break, because we are clearly way ahead of schedule. What is your take, Mr. Munetsi, on this one?
Yeah, let's take a break from now, probably 10 minutes break, and we come back at 12 o'clock. Like what I said, for those who are on the call, please, when we take break, don't go away, and you definitely will forfeit the, what do you call it, the your CPD points. So let's just take a body break for 10 minutes. Then at 12 we start again, and we just amplify one or two areas. Then we open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munetsi. See you at 12.
Right. Good afternoon, colleagues. I think it's now 12 o'clock and we can resume. We can resume. Probably before we start open for questions, let me just highlight one or two things, then we will then give to the panelists if they have got anything to add. From my side, I just want to emphasize, especially on the requirement document is highlighted by the previous speaker. So half of the time we receive documents that are incomplete, and that normally derail the process of the RPL. And we need to understand that, like what Councillor Banashwa said, RPL is like your full academic program, if I want to compare with that. So what do I mean by that? Which means that when you submit your portfolio, make sure that all the 10 competence are being covered on each and every project. Let's say you do have 5 projects, and those projects you have attained them within the last 5 years. On project A, in your narrative, you must explain the design concept that you have done. Explain it point by point. So make sure in each and every program, all 10 competence have been explained. The assessors are not looking on how beautiful the diagrams are. They are looking on your ability. They are looking on your knowledge. So how is your knowledge being assessed? Your knowledge is being assessed through those 10 SACAP competence. And we need to know that RPL, it's now, you can now move from one level of category to another level of category, which means that this one is very thorough and very complex. Secondly, special concept. Special concept, or which we normally call SC. This is whereby you don't move any category, you remain in the same category. However, you need 5 projects as well, but those projects, they must cover all those 10 competence to a certain degree, and they are only for the building topology that you are applying for. You can apply for double story if you are a PAD. So in your narrative, it must then therefore explain those competence. Sometimes you might be working with a professional architect because you might not be able to submit plan because of your registration category. So when you have worked in that project with someone higher in your category, please make sure that your name is below the name of the professional architect whom you worked with. If you are working within an organization, probably your name might not appear, but we need then to have a letter from your organization, an affidavit from your organization that clearly spell out that you were part of this project and at what stages, at what levels that you have been working on. So that when the assessors going through your profile and asking you questions, they know that yes, your name might not be appearing on this particular project because you are a PhD and it's a high level, but you worked on the design or whatever areas that you worked on. You need then therefore to have a supporting document that can be tested against your project. That are the things that we really want to find out from RPs. So, Liz, the previous speaker said that SACAP is going to provide you a guide. We are not going to give you a template guide whereby it is a flow. No. This explanation is how we provide. We once done that, then we have 20 people submitting the same project. That's why we stopped giving a word by a template. But our narrative, like what we explained, that's how we can guide you. Right. On the documentation, after you've done your self-assessment, every project must have one, a table of context. I mean to say, every project. I think it is also important that on every project, you have your own 10 competence. But there is also a sheet that asks you that did you cover all 10 competence on this project? So you can then therefore use that as script to make sure that this project that you are submitting, this is what they are going to ask you. It is important for us to understand what do we mean by 10 competence. Everything else is assessed based on these 10 competence. These are the same competence that SACAP assess any university or what we call architectural learning site. All the universities, before they start or after every 4 years, when we do the review of their accreditation, we use 10 competence. Like what Mr. Banashwa said, that these 10 competence, they must be also aligned with the RPL, because an RPL is a qualification. So that's why it is measured against 10 competence. So it must be one of our objectives as applicant to know and understand what is required, what is this 10 competence referred to, how am I explaining each competence against my project. So it is very important for us, whatever the level of category that you are in, you must understand what competence and at what level or at what degree of understanding, of knowledge, of ability that I should have on my project to be successful. So it is very, very important for us to understand this 10 competence. Just to emphasize that, make sure that in your submission you have the self appraisal, your motivation, your CV, your project. Your project must be 10, within the 5 years period. And if you worked with an organization or with someone, it is important that your name must appear somewhere there in that plan that you submit. So I would like now to give it to Mr. Banashwa, probably to amplify and to proceed with his presentation. After that, we can then open for questions. Thank you.
Can you hear me, Mr. Munetsi?
Yeah, yes, I can. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Munetsi, for that detailed explanation. I think I just want to reinforce what is the RPL and special consent all about. To give you the RPL's perspective, I think I may have went a bit fast when I was doing the presentation. So we're saying that the recognition of prior learning and special consent is a personal declaration of one's lifelong learning, specifically with regards to knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving of the SACAP 10 professional competencies and wanting to be duly assessed to be deemed competent. So we are saying your knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving of the SACAP 10 professional competencies and wanting to be duly assessed. So you want to be duly assessed to be deemed competent to do work at a higher category of registration, meaning that you are applying for an RPL upgrade. So from technologist, you want to apply to be upgraded to a senior technologist. Therefore, in terms of that process, I think the process was outlined where you fill in an application form, and together with that application form, there's a fees attached, there's criteria attached, and then again, we're saying that you're going to demonstrate your lifelong learning, specifically with regards to the learning levels for assessment. So I just want to go through the learning levels for assessment. So when we look at A, the knowledge, to be able to recall and remember facts and information. B, understanding, to not only recall facts, but especially to understand their impact. So you need insight. And then C, application, to apply existing knowledge to new situations. And then D, problem solving, to resolve a complex problem. How do you resolve a complex problem? I think throughout that exercise, we were speaking about identifying a problem and solving a problem. So you're going to use analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. So I want to bring all our registered professionals back to our identification of work. We need to look at that document and we need to understand the scope of work that has been identified for each category of registered professionals. And then attached to that is the learning levels for assessment. And together with that, there is a SACAP assessment scale. So it may be not worded as an assessment scale, but you need that document is there. We need to look at that document, and when we are preparing our portfolio of evidence, we need to align to that document. Together, whenever we are doing work in our professional capacity, we must try and align our projects to the SACAP 10 competencies and to the SACAP 6 work stages. So when we're looking at the SACAP 6 work stages, we need to look at work stage 1. What is work stage 1 telling us to achieve? What is work stage 2 telling us to achieve? What is work stage 3 asking us to achieve? What is work stage 4 asking us to achieve? What is work stage 5 asking us to achieve? And what is work stage 6 asking us to achieve? So the starting point going forward, if for those who are not aligning to the SACAP 6 work stages and understanding the SACAP 10 competencies, we now need to start reading those documents and start understanding it. It gives you an explanation. So when you look at the SACAP IDOW, when you look at the outcomes field, you will see when they speak about knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving, under each category of registration, they will speak about your knowledge at what level. If you're a draftsman, they will speak at what level your knowledge needs to be at. If you're a technologist, they speak about at what level your knowledge needs to be at. If you are a senior tech, they speak about what knowledge or at what level your knowledge needs to be at. at the architect level, to perform at an architect level, it also speaks about at what level your knowledge needs to be at. So when you read those documents, and those knowledge, understanding, and awareness is benchmarked against SACAP's 10 competencies. So when you look at the SACAP 10 competencies, let me just refer to the document. So when you look at the SACAP 10 competencies, it is aligned to the. So when you look at architectural design, so architectural design for a draftsman will speak about knowledge, and then it unpacks what level. When you look at environmental relationships for a technologist, it will speak at what level. So when you look at construction technology for a senior tech, it will say construction technology for senior tech will say problem solving, and then it explains your competency level. So we have to understand what is written in the IDOW that will inform a successful portfolio of evidence. That's just, we need to go back to grassroots. We need to go back to our IDOW document, and we need to read and understand what information is there and what it is telling us. And if we understand that information, and when we are doing work, we align ourselves to that information, and when we acquire the necessary experience for a category upgrade, we're going to find that we are not going to be challenged, when it comes to putting a portfolio of evidence together. So I'm just going to read so I'm just looking at an application form here, and it says they refer to it as an assessment outcome. They speak about architectural design. This assessment outcome is referring to the SACAP 10 competencies. It speaks about architectural design, environmental relationships, construction technology, the structure of buildings, the contextual and urban relationships, the architectural history and theory of precedent, building services and related technologies, contract documentation and administration, computer applications, office practice and legal aspects, and ethics. So this is something that we now need to be mindful of. So when a client, so let me just give you an example now. So when a client, phones me and says, Mr. RP, I want to do this project, and then you go, you have a discussion, or you meet on site, you have a discussion. He gives you, his brief. He tells you what he wants. And then after negotiations and whatever discussions you'll have, you then decide to accept an appointment from your client. One of the triggers, what is one of the triggers? In terms of office practice, legal aspects, and ethics, it is saying that you must enter into a client agreement between your client and yourself. So that's one of the triggers. Now you can see how the 10 competencies are now applying to your day-to-day work. As soon as the client says, listen, I want to appoint you, one of the triggers is I need to sign an architectural client agreement, because in terms of my code of conduct, I need that. The other trigger that will come from legal and ethics is legal aspects and ethics and other items is that it will say, listen, that I need a professional indemnity cover. The risk for this project is very high, and therefore I need to make sure that my professional indemnity cover is going to cover the risk that I'm going to take. So if I have a 1 million indemnity cover, and the risk that I'm looking at now is 10 million, obviously I need to upgrade my professional indemnity cover to meet that risk. So as you can see now, how we are now relating the SACAP 10 competencies to your work stages now. At that inception, you've been awarded a contract, awarded a tender to design. What do I need to do? So you look at those 10 competencies and say immediately, this is the ABCD. Then you'll get another client who's going to come and give you a drawing of another architectural professional. You need to ask the tough questions. Have you had an agreement with this client? Why are you withdrawing this agreement? Have you paid this client? And then from your ethical point of view, you need to contact that professional, ask him, listen, I've received a phone call from Mr. X. And in terms of this appointment, have you been paid? Why was the project cancelled? And are you happy for me to go ahead? So this is an ethical relationship that you're going to have with your client. And all of these things, you need to demonstrate it in your portfolio of evidence to say, listen, this is how I complied with office practice, legal aspects, and ethics. And I think when we demonstrate that, the assessors will be confident that, listen, you understand that competency. And then I just want to go through the assessment scale here quickly, if you allow me, Mr. Munetsi. So I think we have a lot of time. So when we look at a professional draftsperson, we got knowledge, we got understanding, we got application, we got problem solving. We're saying in your architectural design, you need knowledge and you need understanding. In your environmental relations, you only need knowledge. In your construction technology, you need knowledge and understanding. In your building structure, you only need knowledge. In your context and urban relationships, you only need knowledge. In your architectural theory and history, you only need knowledge. In your building services and related technology, you only need knowledge, understanding. And in your contract documentation and administration, you need knowledge, understanding, and application. In your computer applications, it is the same. You need knowledge, understanding, and application. And then in your office practice, you need knowledge and understanding. So we're saying, draftsman, you are at this point now. Over 10 years, you have acquired the necessary experience. So you want to move from draftsperson to architectural technologist. You then, through your experience, you're going to do a SWOT analysis, my strengths and weaknesses. You're going to look at this assessment scale, right? And then you're going to say, okay, in terms of architectural design, I have knowledge, I have understanding, I have application. In terms of environmental relationships, I have knowledge and understanding. In terms of construction technology, I have knowledge, understanding, and application. In terms of building structure, I have knowledge and understanding. So when you look at all of the competencies there, you'll see that through your experience, you now developed, you've moved from where it only said you need knowledge, you now move to the next level where you are saying, listen, I have knowledge, I have understanding, I have application, which means that you are now capable to perform work at a higher level. However, you cannot do a self-assessment. You cannot then say, listen, I am competent to do this work. You need to make yourself available before a panel that is appointed by SACAP. Remember, we're saying in the introduction, we spoke about SACWA, and it said we need to mediate. There needs to be a mediation process. That mediator is SACAP. They're going to mediate. So when I'm looking at this information, I put on your screen now the RP's perspective, the knowledge, understanding, application, solving. We're now saying, I have acquired this experience, and I've acquired this learning level assessment. My learning level assessment has increased. And in terms of the 10 competencies, I'm now compliant. But however, I need someone to measure that. So we have a rubric. SACAP, in terms of the AP Act, says it has the right, or it must set standards in ensuring that we can measure your experience, howsoever acquired. So this is what the message we're trying to get across is that you must understand knowledge, understanding, application, and this information is not secret. It go to your IDOW framework document. It is there, and then we're saying, once you've done your personal self-assessment, you will then say, listen, I am now ready to do an RPL upgrade. Remember, as soon as you do your self-assessment and you find that there is a gap in your self-assessment, assuming architectural theory, history, and precedent, It says that you need knowledge and understanding, and you're moving from a draftsperson to a technologist. At draftsman level, you only needed knowledge. But however, when you did your self-assessment, you still identify that, listen, I don't have the understanding. So what you need to do is you need to attend a structured workshop, or you need to attend some kind of a module that's made available by the university, or approach a mentor and ask the mentor, listen, yeah, I have a gap in my learning experience. Can you assist me to fulfill that gap? And once you fulfill that gap, then you are ready to actually do a portfolio of evidence. You are ready to fill in that application, and you are ready to submit that application, for vetting. And we need to then further state that in terms of your application, you need to make sure that you are building on from your minimum to your maximum based on your experience. Remember, when we look at draftsmen, there are some draftsmen who have 40 years of experience or 50 years. So I am now saying, when you look at the draftsman with 40 and 50 years experience, and then we look at he has in architectural design, he has knowledge, understanding, application, and problem solving. In environmental relationships, he has knowledge, understanding, application, and problem solving. All these are benchmarked at the category of architect. And then we're saying that under building structures, he has knowledge and understanding and application. However, when we come to history and theory and precedent, we're finding that he only has a knowledge and understanding. So from a draftsman now, we're looking at knowledge. We're saying, listen, you have identified huge gaps here. However, you're going to go and do the necessary CPD workshops. You're going to read about this theory and history. You're going to go to a learning site. You're going to go to a mentor. However, you cannot skip the process. Now, even though when you did a self-assessment, you find that, hey, I have knowledge, I have understanding, I have application, I have problem-solving abilities. However, you have to follow the process. The process says, from draftsman, I have to go to technologist. From technologist, I have to go to senior tech, and then I can become an architect. So we have to follow the process. And then when you look at the IDOW as well, or the registration policy document, it says, listen, I need from professional draftsman, when I move to professional architectural technologist, I need a further 3 years experience, right? So once you obtain that further 3 years experience, you then look at the requirements for professional senior architectural technologist. What is it saying? So and then when you look at to be a professional senior architectural technologist, it says knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving for architectural design. You then say, listen, I meet 9 of those criteria. You identify the one that you do not meet, and you need to fulfill that thing. How you fulfill it? You're going to go through you're going to go through you're going to attend CPD workshops. You're going to read. You're going to go to a mentor. You're going to go to a learning site, and you're going to fill that gap. So as you move up the ladder, you're going to find that you eventually reach senior technologist. At that level, your experience, you're going to find that certain draftsmen meet all of the requirements. Unfortunately, you have to take those steps that is prescribed in the SACAP RPL document, where you need to move from draftsman to technologist to senior tech to architect. However, you must do that self-assessment and understand how knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving works. And that information is in your IDOW document. Please, we are making an appeal to our RPs who have not read that document, or who have not familiarized themselves with that information contained therein, to please familiarize yourself, because it will actually assist you in actually submitting a portfolio of evidence where you will be successful. And I just want to go to, so if I'm a professional senior architectural technologist, what is the requirement in terms of my learning levels for assessment? Knowledge. So architectural design, I need knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving. In environmental relationships, I need knowledge, understanding, application. However, I want to move to architect. I want to do an RPL process to upgrade to architect. I need to make sure that I have the skills to do problem solving in environmental relationships. I need to make sure that I have the skills to do problem solving in building structures. I need to make sure that I have the skills to do problem solving in contextual and urban relationships. I need to make sure that I have the skills to do architectural history and theory and precedent. And I need to make sure that I have this computer applications. You don't need problem solving techniques. But at that level, we're saying you look at the gaps. There is 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 gaps there. Have you covered those gaps? If you answer yes, then you are ready for an RPL upgrade. You then look at the professional architect. You look at problem solving. Okay, I've complied with 9 of the 10 competencies. Therefore, I'm ready to undertake this RPL process. And once you've done this self-evaluation and you are ready, we then saying you A4 away and submit your application. Make sure that it now starts to speak. We said demonstrate that thing through, demonstrate your competencies through your 6 work stages. Now highlight your key successes, highlight how you solve problems, highlight all of those things, and then you'll find that when the assessors are assessing you and when they ask those probing questions, they will be confident in your ability to actually do that kind of work. Remember, the key word here is communication. How do I communicate that information to the RPL assessment panel? And this is something that we need to be mindful of again. And then when we're looking at, I just want to go briefly, when we look, so SACAP in its vetting process, in terms of how it's going to assess you, so they're not calling it a competency, they're calling it an outcome. So did you meet outcome 1? Did you meet outcome 2? Outcome 1 relates to architectural design. Outcome 2 relates to sustainability and environmental relationships. So what are the issues in outcome 1? I'm not going to go through the entire document. Architectural design, definition and analysis of an architectural problem. There again, we're saying this in your problem solving techniques. If you're at the level of a senior tech who wants to move to an architect, do you have problem solving techniques? Because remember that the type of building that you'll be doing, the complexity of the building that you're doing, the typology of the building that you're doing will be far different from what a newly qualified draftsman will be doing, right? So that this is why we're saying that you must understand that information that's provided for in the IDOW document. Then we look at sustainability relationships. It speaks about how you respond to design and compliance with energy efficiency. If your building was supposed to be facing north and you faced it south, you must explain to the panel how you complied with that regulation. Even though the reasons why you couldn't orientate your building correctly, you must explain, this is the reason why I couldn't orientate that building correctly. These were the challenges, these were the issues. And then you then demonstrate how you then complied using a rational assessment or a rational design or a deemed to satisfy regulation. And this is how you complied with the building regulation to meet that specific requirement. So these are the things that the assessment panel is looking for. They're gonna, if you don't explain it to them and they see your building is incorrectly orientated, they're gonna ask you, why did you do that? How did you achieve compliance? And then they can then look at, remember our assessment panel is made up of academia and people from practice. So people from practice and academia can test your academic knowledge, or they can test your experience, or the people from practice can, they know where to look because they're coming from practice, they know what to see, and they will be looking for that kind of information. And then when we look at outcome 3, construction technology, let me just highlight something there. Construction detail and specification. This is very important. When we submit, I spoke earlier on about submitting municipal approved drawings to work stage 4.1. That doesn't deem you competent because that's the least information you're providing to the municipality to get your drawing approved. You're only demonstrating how you complied with the building regulation and how you complied And remember, to comply with the building regulation, there's a rational assessment or there's a deemed to satisfy rule. So we're saying that in a building approval plan, you're showing us the minimum information. However, we are asking you for maximum information now. So in construction technology, we want to see your construction detail. You've done a complicated design thing there. We want to see the detail for that. We want to see how that detail and how can the QS then write a specification or do a BOQ to cost that aspect of the work correctly. Remember, we speak about budgets and budget reporting and things like that. So how do we then respond to those items? So that's outcome 3. Then in outcome 4, we speak about building structures. Okay, what can I highlight here? So in outcome 4, how did you integrate the structure and the building design? Remember your columns, your beams, your staircases, your HVAC, and all of these things. How did you integrate all of those aspects in your design? And then context and urban relationships, the typology, the impact of the urban aspect on building design. So I don't want to go too much into that. And then we look at architectural history, theory, and precedent. So when we look at we look at assessment reports that are tabled before the RPL committee, before the registration and RPL committee, we find that there's a huge gap here, especially with those who are experience-based. So experience-based professionals, you need to close this gap now. And how are you going to close this gap? You need to attend structured workshops. You need to attend CPD workshops. You need to go to a mentor who's going to guide you on how you fulfill this requirement. Remember, architectural history, theory, and precedent. I think one aspect we use this if you're doing a MAFA or heritage applications, these things come a lot into play. But however, that's not the only time you will use theory, history, and precedent. I think I also spoke about, when you look at a famous architect and he designed a building and you designing something that's closely allied, and then he had challenges and how he went about solving those problems. You look at his theory and at his precedent and how he went about doing those kinds of things. So when you look at the outcomes, there's a series of questions that will be posed by the architectural panel. And then when we look at building services as well, how did you integrate the building services in the design? How the building regulations pertaining to building services. So when you're looking at your plumbing, there's a requirement in terms of I can't recall offhand which SAN standard that is now, but we're saying there's a building regulation says that your plumbing needs to comply with A, B, C, D. Did you comply with A, B, C, D? Someone who's looking at your drawings can pick up, hey, your levels are incorrect. There's something wrong with the way the pipes are vented or issues like that. So just to give you a brief, this is just to give you a brief overview. In outcome 8, contract documentation administration. So you need to understand the various contracts. Remember, you're doing work to work stage 6. You are going to then, suggest documents. You're going to suggest contracts. You need to understand the simplicity or the complex nature of those contract documents. And there are several voluntary associations that actually do the workshop. So if you identify the gap in your self-assessment that in terms of contract documentation, I have this gap, then you must attend that structured workshop and fulfill that gap. Remember, in contract documentation, you're going to be doing progress payments, you're going to be identifying snagging lists, you're going to be doing a whole lot of things. You need to make sure that you are not exposed to risk. So remember earlier on we said you're doing this complex project and your PI is only covering you for 1 million. But this project is putting you at risk for 10 million. So when we're looking at the errors and the mistakes you can make at contract documentation and administration is very high. You look at the complaints that come to SACAP's come to SACAP's investigating committee. You know, when I sat there last, there used to be a huge complaints coming at outcome 8, contract documentation, errors in identifying snags, correctly identifying, correctly processing payment certificates and things like that. So therefore we're saying your risks are high. Make sure you understand the risk that you take. Your risk is tied to your PI as well. And then in terms of demonstrating this, how do you demonstrate this competency in your work stage? Which work stage is contract documentation administration applicable to? So you need to look at that work stage. So remember at work stage 5 and 6, it might not only be contract documentation administration, it might be still other competencies that are also relevant at that. So we're saying it is not a tick box exercise. Okay, at work stage 5 and 6, this is the only competency that's relevant. You need to identify which are the other competencies that are also relevant here, and have I complied with this? And then when you look at, okay, computer applications is, I think most of us are right up there with that. And then, okay, in outcome number 10, office practice, I spoke a lot about this, the ethics, I spoke about the legal aspects, I spoke about your governance point of view, your code of conduct. So these are the things. Now, how do you demonstrate you know, I've complied with the code of conduct. You know, this is how I applied. You produce your document. You produce your architectural client agreement, and you say, there's my document here. I have complied with this. And in terms of moving, we say through the 6 work stages, you are going to demonstrate your competencies, and we are saying that how you do it is very important, and that the panelist who's going to be assessing you will actually know whether you're misleading them or whether you understand the 10 competencies, whether you know how to relate it to your 6 work stages, whether you know. So the 6 work stages is all about you producing an architectural drawing from work stage 1 to close out. Remember, there's some question here that says, listen, I've only been doing work to 4.1. Let me just answer that. If you're doing work only to 4.1, you are not an ideal applicant to be applying for RPL. The alternative for you is to actually do a special consent application. And in that special consent application, there will be a caveat. They're saying that you can only do work up to 4.1. That will be the restriction in your thing. But if you're only doing work to 4.1, you are not the ideal applicant to be doing special consent applications. You need to get the required experience and to then demonstrate that I acquired this experience, and therefore I fill in all of the learning gaps or the learning outcomes, and therefore I'm now ready to do that. So, Mr. Monetsi, I think I've you know, I've went one step further to actually give our attendees or our participants at today's webinar more insights into actually what goes on, and how do we apply knowledge understanding application, and how it relates to each category of registration. And this information is not secret. It's available. It's for some of us, we are aware of it. Apologies, you know, if I'm reinforcing something that you're aware of. But for those who are not aware of it, you know, the information is there. Please read it, familiarize yourself, and it will help you. It will also help you in choosing the type of workshops you want to attend. It will also help you in identifying your strengths and your weaknesses. And it will also help you in ensuring that when you submit an application to SACAP, you are going to be successful in whatever you do. Remember, there may be 1 or 2 issues you might not been able to demonstrate clearly. When the assessors look at your application, they will then highlight, and they will say, RP, I think here you're lacking a little bit, and here you're excelling. And then they will give you guidance as to how you then move forward. But however, don't do an application for RPL upgrade if you are not prepared for the process and you have huge gaps in your learning experience. So the reason why I'm emphasizing this is because we know that there are many RPs with 30 years, 40 years, 50 years of experience, but however, they're sitting at a draftsman level. Unfortunately, you have to follow that process now from draftsman to technologist to technologist to senior tech, and in each space there is a 3-year waiting period. So I think let us all. I'm encouraging each and every one of you to do a self-assessment, to say, listen, I am a draftsman with 40 years experience, with 50 years of experience. This is where I sit in the food chain, and I have this necessary knowledge. Therefore, tomorrow I'm going to submit my application to SACAP to upgrade and move to a higher category of registration. The same will apply to a technologist, and the same will apply to a senior tech. Don't wait for you to move up the ladder. These are the mechanisms that have been put. It is a national imperative that an RPL process be in place so that there's upward mobility. However, there's other alternatives. Remember, some of the processes are not recognized internationally, and alternative route is to go back to university and to get the proper qualification that you need so that you are internationally recognized. So, Mr. Monetsi, I'm going to hand over back to the chairperson, to the program director. I'm not sure if there's anything else you want to add to this, because I hope I've now reinforced what is the RPL and what is the SC all about, and the RPL's perspective. The recognition of prior learning and special consent is a personal declaration. Again, listen to this. The recognition of prior learning and special consent is a personal declaration of one's lifelong learning, specifically with regards to knowledge, understanding, application, problem solving of the SACAP 10 professional competencies, and you are wanting to be duly assessed to be deemed confident. Remember, there is a standard. There is no backdoor route. We're saying that the guy who goes to university or to an architectural learning site, the universities have the same rubrics there. They have the same measuring tool. Same thing here, SACAP using the same rubrics. They're using the same measuring tool to measure your experience. So therefore, when you get an upgrade, you'll be proud about your upgrade because you've met the minimum requirements based on a rubrics that is uniform across the architectural learning sites and across the regulator being SACAP. So, Mr. Monetsi, I'm going to hand over to you. I'm not sure whether the program director is going to lead us on to the next aspect, or you have any other inputs that you want to reinforce in this RPL process. And we're encouraging everyone to please do your self-assessment and identify your gaps, no gaps, come on board and see how best you can move from one category to another category. And we are appealing to the draftsmen, please come forward. You're 40 years, and we respect your 40 and 50 years of experience. Please do that self-assessment. And if you have any gaps, close those gaps and come forward. Thank you, Mr. Monetsi and the program director.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. Especially to our PADs, you do have for two avenues. The first one, it will be if you do have your project that meets all 10 competence, definitely apply. And if you do have a project that goes for like stage 4 and so forth, not all the entire 6 stages, you can then therefore apply for special consent. So the avenues are there for you to move from PADs to technologists, as well as you can continue doing that until you become an architect. Also, please make use of the special consent. If you are good at 1 building topology, 2 building topologies, please apply for special consent. It will also assist us and also fulfill that our IDOW, which is open for everyone. IDOW does not exclude any category. It opens to anyone. However, you need to prove your competence in that area. How do you prove your competence? Through RPL, through special consent, then you can be able to practice on a wider spectrum. That being said, let me then hand over to the chair so that we open for questions. Program Director, you can take over and then we can start questions.
Thank you, Mr. Munetsi. Thank you, Mr. Pascu. We will now proceed to the questions and answer session. There is a Brayton Free.
Yeah. Okay. Let me allow them to. I'll give them access.
Thank you.
Now,
Thank you.
but before I go there, let me just quickly answer Justin Naidu. Justin Naidu, you are asking what will the assessor being assessing for when they are doing a special candidate exemption. Special candidate exemption, that's whereby one is not registered with the SACCUP or just registered with the SACCUP right now, and then you've got more than, like you said, you've got more than 10 years experience working under a supervision. So you then therefore need to submit your 5 project, and you will be assessed on 6 categories under MTRs. There are 6 categories that you will be assessed for. And the assessment process is right the same as the one special consent and RP will be, because you are supposed to submit reports, your work that you have been done for 3 years. But you are not going to, then they are assessing your work or based on that. In that one, we also need as some motivation or letter of references from your companies and all those documents that you, plans that you have drawn or whatever drawing that you have been working on. That's my first question answer to Justin Naido. Okay, the second question there on the chat, it's involved, as stated earlier, if involvement in complex project is not a guarantee for a successful application, how would one demonstrate one experience as a complex project would prove that applicant is competent? Right. So this is from Bruce. Bruce is saying that when one is working or is involved in a complex project, and how is he going to demonstrate? So in that complex project that you have been working on, surely you did not work from all the stages or on everything. You have worked on a certain area, probably the design concept. So what you need to do is, on your project that you are submitting, that you need to only explain the areas that you only worked on. And on that, we need a motivation, we need an affidavit, we need a reference, whatever the 3 that I've explained, coming from the people or from the organization or from the profession whom you were working with, that certified that you have been part of this project. And this is what you have been doing. You went from stage 1 to stage 2 or whatever stage that you have worked on, and you can be assessed there on competence. You will be asked those questions. Then the second one, are there any restriction to special consent application? Query is, I'm sure, specific to health care design. That is no. There is no restriction, as long as you have got those plans that are approved under health section, and you can then present those design. You will be exempted and given a certificate of competence thereafter. Okay, let me just take the last one here, then I go to open live question. If one is involved in a large project with a large team, how would a professional prove? Yes, I think I did answer this one. You are a part of a team, but you need to document what you as an individual have done on your area, and there must be a reference, there must be an affidavit, there must be a letter from the team leader, whatever organization, that certify that you were part of this team and this is what you have done. Okay. Gilbert, you said it seems to me that draft person and technologists need to work harder than architects, but yet we work for an architectural firm. We do the most research, understanding before the detailed design. So, Gilbert, you are 100% right on the areas based on the work that we have done. You need to document, and your organization, you need a supporting documents that I said to prove that you are part of the team and you can work on that. How then Johannes Depot, how Johannes Depot is saying, how will draft person be upgraded if the SACAP competence is not even applicable in his category of registration? Jonathan, you are wrong there. Your SACAP 10 categories, they are applicable to everyone within the architectural profession. Those are the foundations competence that forms the architectural practice. Before one is enrolled to an academic institute, SACAP goes to the academic institute and lay out the accreditation based on those 10 competence. After that, we can then accredit that institute. Then you enroll. That qualification is now accredited with the approval of SACAP. So the 10 competence, they apply to everyone. However, if you are saying that your work you are doing does not include all the 10 competence, so like what Mr. Banashwa said, you are then a candidate for special consent. Special consent only look on certain competence, not entire competence, based on that building topology that you want to exempt it on. Why then, Gilbert, again, why do architects not supply POP when they write PPE? I'm not understanding that. Probably you can amplify on when we open audios then. So when you write your PPE exam, you need first to have passed your completed your MTRs. After that, that's when you can write a PPE exam. Or else you must have done what is called special candidate exemption for those who have been working for many years and not registered, and now they're new registered, they can go for that and produce a portfolio of evidence. So I will now then move from the written, because my colleagues have been answering most of them. Now let me allow Manuku to guide us, and as Fanele to guide us on live questions now. Over to you, Manuku. Allow colleagues who have raised their hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munetsi. The hands there in their order, there is Brayton Free, followed by Eugene Lewis. There is Tsepo Muloi and Honest Ndo. Let me start with Brayton. Brayton, please come through with your question.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. I just want to refer back. It was mentioned, obviously the easiest way would just be to go back to university and get the qualification. Now, obviously everybody on this who's looking for RPL is most probably in practice, and there are literally no part-time architectural learning sites that would allow you to register as a higher category than a draftsperson. So wouldn't it be pertinent to look into some more sort of part-time learning learning sites for us to upgrade, be able to upgrade. Did you get that?
Yes, Mr. Free, we did get that. It appears to be more of a suggestion point that you want SACAP to look into.
Yes. No, just specifically because it was mentioned now, and that you should go back to an architecture learning site, and I have looked into it, and so I'll have to go back full time to university. Can't do
So
that.
program director, can I just give my inputs here?
Yes, please.
So that's one option is to go back to the architectural learning site. We do know that there are challenges at the architectural learning sites to actually provide part-time courses or afternoon classes for one to actually study. However, we will check with our education heads of schools department which universities do offer part-time learning for upgrades, and then we will make that information available to the RP database. I think we just need to be just to take cognizance of the fact that we are aware that there are challenges, and in terms of if you are practicing in South Africa, maybe you can go to the RP route. However, if you're ambitious and you want to immigrate to another country, remember that RPL might not be recognized in that country. So therefore, a formal learning is an option. And especially if you're a younger, so we are appealing to our younger, ambitious graduates, our technologists, our senior techs. We're saying, listen, choose that route. It might be a better route for you. And then, if you got the 30, 40, 50-year experience, we're saying, come and do an RPL with us. We're more than willing to assist you. However, the choices, there's no restriction in which method you choose to upgrade to another category. You can choose, one of the two. I can either do an SACAP RPL assessment, or I can do a university upgrade by attending structured academic courses. However, you just need to be mindful of the fact that from senior tech to architect is not a walk, in inverted commas, is not a walk in the park. It is very rigorous. It is, the competency test, the measures are very stringent, and you have to be, your 5 years experience or your 10 years experience sometimes may not even ensure that you've covered all the gaps that you need. So just be mindful of the fact that the higher you move up the ladder, the more stringent the processes are. And however, we're using the same matrix, we're using the same rubrics to actually test your competency. What the university is using, we are using the same rubrics, the same testing mechanism to ensure that you're equal or better than anyone else in terms of your experience. So that was a good question, Mr. Free. And, if you have X number of years of experience, 30, 40 years, maybe you can consider the RPL, SACAP's RPL. If you're a newly qualified graduate, we're saying, consider going to university and doing all the necessary programs, and where you then come up with a qualification. Remember, as RPL, you're going to become with an NQF equivalent. So your senior tech will be an NQF equivalent to something, but it's not a qualification. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pastu, for that detailed explanation. And thank you, Mr. Free, for the question.
Thank you.
Mr. Eugene Lewis.
Hi guys. I just wanted to ask, how did you guys come to the basically to say that draftspeople cannot do double stories? How did you come to that conclusion? As when we did do our courses, we do double stories as part of our training. I do understand when you go into really hardcore situations, like we're gonna go design hospitals and so forth and those kind of things, that architects, they need to get their own, that's their departments, that's where they flourish in. So I just want to get, how did you guys get to make that decision? And yeah, it just, that's all. I'm blown away by that, because it's so a basic thing, and we are supervised by an engineer as we go through that process. And at the same time, it seems when I hear you guys and when you speak, the architect, I don't know if you guys know, when you work in a firm, man, it starts from the bottom, it goes to the top. So everybody has part in what an architect achieves at the end of the day. So when an architect has his building, like on television or wherever, or he signs it off, there was the draftsperson at the bottom, and he was doing all the technical stuff. And then you have your technician, and then you have all these other interior decorators, everybody. So I don't understand how you guys got to the decision that double stories was outside the scope of a draftsperson. Thank you.
Thank you,
can
Mr.
I-
Lewis.
Can I just ask a question here? Program
Yes,
Director.
sure.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, how many years of experience do you have in the drafting category?
I've been in drafting for over 25 years.
Okay, so okay, there's a reason why I'm asking this question. So when we had the LSD process open to everyone, any reason why you didn't apply for that process?
I can tell you, it's mostly I didn't even know that that was available. And at the same time, not only that as part of it, I am part of your membership. I've been doing what, like all draftspersons that registered since 2006 and before. By now, everybody should know they are capable of doing what they're doing. It is what it is. You guys accepted us back in the day, and you registered us. We practiced over 30 years now, doing what we're doing, and all of a sudden you bring in rules and regulations. That seems, I think it seems very, it's as if there's a blockage for transition, because most of the people that basically goes to draftspeople are people like, you know, in the poorer areas, and the, you know, not your people that want hospitals designed or race courses or, you know, things of that. He's the common guy. He just wants his house to be altered and designed. And I feel when you guys put in that rule of the double story is like, look, you guys, draftspeople, we are gonna limit you guys and bring you guys back into our offices where you guys don't, as if you guys putting chains on us and getting us back into your offices, meaning making us slaves again. In that sense, I'm just thinking it that way.
Thank you, Eugene.
Can I just you know, thanks you Eugene for that you know, for that feedback. I think you say you did not know that there was an LSD application in process. I think the LSD process was actually there to actually address you know, especially draftsmen who were affected by the IDOW. You must remember that the IDOW is long overdue. You know, it was supposed to be promulgated into law in 2006. For whatever reasons, there were delays. And then when the IDOW went before the Competitions Commission, the Competition Commission did ask us to put this mechanism in place, the LSD mechanism, to allow professionals like yourself to continue doing the work that you was doing. It is unfortunate that you did not take up the opportunity. However, I don't want to whisper anything for now, but I think just keep your eyes and ears on the ground, and you know, hopefully there might be good news coming your way. So I understand your frustration. I understand those professionals who were registered with SECAP you know, from since 2006, and our act was promulgated into law in 2000. And I think what we need to understand is that in 2000 and in 2014, we received a directive from the Council for the Built Environment saying, listen, that you need to publish your IDOW, and we're giving you 6 months. And this is where we identified the challenge that you are speaking about now. where you feel you have been disadvantaged. However, to address that challenge, we then put in place that mechanism and said, listen, submit your portfolio of evidence. There was no fees, nothing. We just said, submit your evidence that you are doing double stories, you are doing clinics, you are doing skyscrapers. Give us an approved municipal drawing, and you'll continue doing that work. However, just to give you some historical context, in terms of going forward, we're saying going forward, you'll automatically align to the new registration criteria. So the new registration criteria is actually aligned to a SAQA unit standard. So when you're looking at the newly, you need to understand this now, the newly qualified draftsmen only have 35 credits, to their name. So when you're looking at 35 credits against a technologist who needs 120 and an architect who needs 200 or whatever, I don't have the credits in front of me. So this is where that discrepancy, or not a discrepancy, but this is where you're finding the difference now. However, we at SACAP are continuously addressing this issue. I'm not at liberty to mention anything now, but we have taken note of the concerns, and we are addressing it. And there is a reason. Basically, we're saying going forward, you automatically align because of our alignment to the SAQA policy document, which then says, listen, in terms of A, B, C, D, these are the criteria. In terms of the rubrics, this is how work has been allocated. And remember, some of the decisions or some of the information in the IDOW has been informed by we have an education committee that's made up of heads of schools of department, and this is how they contributed to that discussion, and not to have a debate today. So we're not going to enter into any form of a debate today, but just that you say that there is a reasoning behind how that process came about. And also we put in place a mechanism to address that. And then we're saying, listen, just bear with us, and I'm sure SACAP will contact the draftsman shortly to have a chat with them as well. So Munetsi, I'm not sure if you want to give any more input into that, Mr. Munetsi.
I think you did cover everything. So what I just wanted Eugene to do is, yes, look out. There might be something coming on your way. Secondly, please, let's make use of a special consent as well. It will also assist us. If you feel that, no, I don't have I'm not covering all the competence as well as the stages, because I'm working in an organization. Please make use of the special consent. It also can give you access to do those other buildings as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Munetsi and Mr. Pascu. And thank you, Eugene, for the question. Mr. Ndo, Honest Ndo, please come in.
Good day. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Ndo, we can hear you.
Yes. I did apply for special consent. It was granted. I have got the letter of approval and a competence certificate. However, I get quite a bit of frustration with the fire department, because I do petrol stations and restaurants. So when you go to fire department, they tend to give me trouble. They say the certificate itself does not say that there's a special consent attached to my registration. So I wanted to ask, is it possible that maybe for those that are granted for special consent, on their certificate it says registration number, and maybe also write with the special consent or building classification granted for them, just to avoid too many back and forth with the different departments. Like the fire department is giving me problems a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Ndo. Mr. Munetsi, can you please come in on this one?
Yes, Mr. Ndo, I'm not sure how is your certificate written right now, but what I can assure you is we need to get that certificate and see how it is written and what exactly are you doing on that one? Are you approved to do that work in that page registration? Is it there on the certificate? Then, if we see that everything's aligned, you then write us an email which municipality that is giving you some problem. Then we can explain that to them. We normally did that with Saldanha Bay. We have some certain issues of the with certificate, and some they were also looking for higher categories like your architects to provide that certificate of competence. We just wrote a letter, and that issue was addressed. So you can put your email under here. Nuran is here. She will take your email. Then we can address your question with more context information once we get it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The municipalities, to be specific, that gave me issues. The Groblersdal Fire Department, Cape Town, Strandfontein, and the one in Bochum. I have had quite a bit of issues with those municipalities based on because they say they only take professional architects for doing petrol stations, but I've got experience and I'm granted to be doing petrol station through the special consent. So at some point, I almost failed to submit all of that. I had to go like multiple times to municipality.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. Send us an email. We will then take it with that municipality to address that issue. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you, Mr. Monetsi, and thank you, Mr. Ndo. Mpumzi Makoka.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Please proceed with your question. Mpumzi, please proceed with your question. We have lost them, Mpumzi. Mthokozisi, Kiliza. Mthokozisi. Mthokozisi.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Ishman, yeah, so name is Mthokozisi now. Firstly, I'll just say, pass my appreciation for what you guys are doing, what you guys are doing. And it's highly needed and within our professional, with the whole way that it is shaped and the way that things are moving.
Sorry, Mthokozisi, your voice is very low now.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, sure. So firstly, I want to pass on my appreciation for what you guys are doing. It's very important, especially for us upcoming young architects, especially the newer generation and the generation that started in about 2000 plus. So I have a couple of questions here, question and comments. So firstly, I'd like to just within the identification of work plus the LSD, I think that you guys the way that you are approaching this thing was, I'm sure there was a public participation on this, but however, a lot of professions are remaining with questions, especially with, there was this one gentleman, Eugene Lewis, that came through. If you guys were to have another session where it's just questions, you would find a lot of frustration within our industry. We are also currently, I am qualified, but it took a bit of time. So what I'm currently working on is an RPL to upgrade from one category to the next. I find it quite tedious, but it's a process that has to be done. Because with me, stage 1 to stage 4.2, I'm good with it. But stage 5 to 6, I don't have much experience on that. So that's one problem that I currently have. And to be honest, let's say, for example, the double story example that the gentleman had, there's different scales of economy when it comes to services that clients need. A double story shouldn't be such a bone of contention that other people are struggling to perform their duties based on what the identification of work came through about. Secondly, there's also the annual fees. The annual fees are quite painful. We pay this thing on a regular, but however, there isn't much protection for the professionals against clients who are refusing to pay us. So with that, our cash flow is always on a negative. We are currently begging. Maybe it's mismanagement on our side, but however, I think the important thing is the architectural agreement between client and professional. Maybe some of us need to iron on that, but it's quite concerning that architects are languishing in poverty and they constantly pay annual fees, and then they're getting bad clients who are refusing to pay their fees. So that's also another topic. But another thing that I wanted to say was that maybe if this thing was shaped in such a way that we do design tests and psychometric tests, maybe that could fast track the entire process. Because now you guys are locked in legislature, and these rules that you make on your own there, and current professionals are not consulted on this. Some are consulted, but the problem is information doesn't disseminate to us at a quick rate. We are currently trying to operate in this very hostile environment that we're having. I'm currently working on some properties there at Lombardy. There's a guy called Rian. I'm sorry to mention names. That guy is frustrating processes through and through. So you guys also need to try and protect the professionals, especially the ones that are upcoming, and even worse, the ones that have many years of experience. I deem it unfair and unnecessary for a person who has 25 years to come and do tests as if they're still kids. It's unfair. These people are family men. They are contributing in the economy, because if you were to really track what they've done and contributed to the built environment, it far exceeds some of these students that we hire who have masters and all of that thing. Learning institutions, their programs, whoever designs them, it's quite painful to find a student who has a full master's degree, but they do not know how to do a strip section for a double-story house. And yet this person gets their PR architect on it. So I'd like to just back away from this at the moment. But to be honest, professions are frustrated. And I want to say, we thank you for what you're trying to do, what you're currently doing. But however, the process has some resistance that I'm trying really hard to understand and fathom. I've had mentors who were SIRE presidents and all through and through. I'll even tell you names. My affiliation is more Durban side, but I'm operating in the Joburg side. Please protect professionals. It's really unfair what's happening, you see. I'm sorry, maybe my conversation was a bit convoluted, but it's the basic things that we're doing. I'm not even going to start with municipality.
Thank you.
But however, I'd like to just back down on this one.
Thank you, Mtokozo. Because of time, let's try to answer you. You raise quite a lot of things there.
Yeah, I'll mute my mic. Thank you very much for the opportunity, sir.
Yes, let's try to answer some of your questions there. I will then start with the very first one, that you are not being protected, and that very first question of you pay fees and you're not quite seeing where the fees is going to from. There are a number of things that SACAP is doing. I will start to say that when you pay your annual fees, how is SACAP using that money? There are quite a lot, but let me start from the genesis. The money that you pay, SACAP is responsible first of all, before someone attains a certificate, a degree, or a master's or a PhD in architecture. SACAP is first on the ground. SACAP goes to what we call architectural learning site, and when we assess. When we assess the program, we do that. After that, then students, they apply to the program that SACAP is then approved. I'm just trying to show how we are making use of the fees that the RP community are paying. Now we are busy with the issue of MRA, so that you can have professional mobility. Okay, you are saying that there are certain, I'm sure it's an estate that you are working on, that you are facing some resistance, and there is no protection from SACAP. SACAP protects professional and also protect the mandate to protect the public. So if, let's say, you are working in a community, you give us a name, and it's an estate. You write us an email that I want to work here, and this estate, they don't want me because I'm not a professional architect. We have received quite a lot of emails like that, and we then engage with that specific estate so that that resistance that you are facing can be lessened, because some they don't understand how IDOW works. So those are the avenues that we can assist you. If you are faced, either it's an estate, it's a municipality, write to us. I'm sure you all will know that the issue of plans delay or issues with municipalities, what SACAP have done, we have formulated a task team that is including all the VAs, and we are busy working on that so that we can lessen the burden of the RP are encountering with municipalities. That's the way that we are doing with not for one municipality, but for the entire nation. I'm sure you have received quite an information from us in our publication and on your emails addressing those issues, because we know that if municipality delays, one delay of a plan put the whole value chain at hold, and it's also affect the economy of the country. So there are so many, but because of time, let me ask Mr. Danashwa to quickly, because I see there are quite a lot of hands there, to quickly amplify very shortly, then we move to the next person. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Monesi. Just reiterate what you want me to amplify.
Yeah, if there's anything that I left from what Mtokozo was asking, you can explain.
Okay, no, Mr. Monesi, I think you covered it well. Just that I just want to say that SACAP does not make its rules, and it consults widely. It publishes documents for participation by RPs and voluntary associations. We get lots of feedback from RPs and voluntary associations in how we do what we do. We also have we also have individuals, RPs and representation from voluntary associations who sit on many of our SACAP committees that actually who actually contribute in the decision-making process. I think RPL historically is a national imperative. And we when we look at our documents, when you read our policies, it references several documents. It references SACWA, it references HEQSF, and I don't have the list in front of me, but it references a whole lot of documents. And then when we put these documents together, when we put these processes together, it is not because SACAP one day decided that they want to have an RPL process in place, or one day they want to have an RPL or they want to have a special consent process in place. These are informed by national government, and it is also informed by when we're looking at when we took our IDOW to the Competition Commission. The Competition Commission actually used the word "wow, new IDO," because we are able to demonstrate to the Competition Commission that these are the mechanisms we have in place that allows professionals the opportunity to actually upgrade from one category to another. So when we're looking at the questions here, we are finding that many are saying, listen, I'm only doing work to 4.1, can I undertake RPL? No, you cannot undertake RPL. However, we have another mechanism for you, that is special consent. Special consent will then do an assessment. I think in my earlier slides, I said, listen, you are affirming to us your competencies and your experience and all of that. And in terms of SACWA, we are the mediators in that process. And then I also said that, listen, in terms of a rubric, the rubric was developed by our education committee, by heads of schools. The same rubric that SACAP applies is the same rubric that your education systems have in place. Therefore, there is no, the measuring tool is equal to what you would go through at a learning site and equal to what you would go through at SACEP. Therefore, I just want to say, listen, you know, whilst I'm hearing the frustrations and I'm hearing the challenges, we at SACEP, you know, through these platforms, yeah, we hear you, some of the inputs that we receive, we reflect on it, and then we are able to improve our systems. And we always encouraging RPs, whenever there's a document that goes out for public comment, we ask you to please participate in that process. So when you participate in that process, you identify what the challenge is, what the problem statement is, and then together with that, you then give us your solutions. You then tell us how you think this document should work. However, it is very difficult when we receive 5 pages of criticism, but there's no solutions, there's no way forward. You know, in that instance, we don't know what you want and we don't know how to address these issues. And my appeal to the RPs, whenever we engage, whenever SACEP engages with you and says, listen, you know, please make your contribution with this aspect or with that aspect, you know, please come forward and submit your contribution and make sure your contribution comes with a solution so that we can then consider your solution. And remember that sometimes we have to look at the solutions you provided, and then we need to look at it whether it only addresses the needs of one person, or it addresses the needs of a certain group of people, or whether it addresses the national needs of the country. So this is how we have to mediate in that process in whatever decisions we make. And then also, if you heard earlier, is that Munetsi said, listen, if you're aggrieved by certain processes, there are mechanisms in place, you know, which you could use. But we are encouraging you to actually engage with us whenever we publish a document. We call for your participation. And when I'm listening to some people who said that they were not aware that there was an LSD in place, the LSD was put there specifically to address you know, that challenge that draftsmen are facing, to say come forward. It was also a process that was free of charge, and it enabled you know, people to continue doing the work that they're doing. But however, we at SACEP, you know, we hear you, we feel your pain, and you're from these workshops, from these webinars, we take back information, and it gets analyzed, and then we see how best we can improve our systems and how we can best assist you in whichever way that we can. Thank you, Mr. Munetsi.
Thank you, Mr. Bastu, for that. Just to add to what Mr. Bastu and Munetsi have indicated, Mr. Trilisa, you have indicated that there appears to be legally or no protection from SACEP to RPs with regards to their problems or their disputes with clients. Just briefly, sir, and maybe to all RPs in attendance, the issue of disputes with clients is easy to resolve. How it starts is when you enter into a contract with your client, the code of conduct expects of you to enter into a written agreement. And under Rule 4.1 of the code of conduct, it explains what should be contained in your agreement with your client. Amongst other things, you must put a dispute resolution clause. So the dispute resolution clause is there to assist you in the event that you are now having difficulties with your client, or where a dispute arises from whichever side. That is what will guide you in terms of how to now resolve that dispute. That is where it starts. And if you don't know how to craft a contract, SACEP has made a template available for a contract. There is a clause there that deals specifically with this. It is suggested, for example, that where there is a dispute, the parties may come for mediation, or they may take the matter for arbitration. And if they need SACEP to intervene there, they involve SACEP so that SACEP can appoint an arbitrator to assist in such a dispute. But the long and short of what I'm saying is the solution starts with you and your client. You put these things down in writing, and not only do you safeguard yourself, but you are complying with the code of conduct. I can assure you over 80% of cases that we take to a disciplinary tribunal, we find that registered persons do not comply with Rule 4.1 of the Code of Conduct, in that their agreements, they tend to not include all the requirements as per the Code of Conduct. So that is what I wanted to say briefly, Mr. Kiliza. The next hand to take is from Mawemu Matsete. Mr. Matsete or Miss Matsete, please come in.
How are you, sir? Can you hear me?
We are well, sir. Thank you. How are you?
I'm very good. Yeah, I was communicating with Nuran on the email. Yeah, I was writing an email now. Yeah, I have the same question, the same problem with the previous speakers. I've been registered with SACAP from 2006, but at some stage I was disqualified because I was out of the country and I was not paying the annual fees. But I was reinstated in 2014 until today. So when I applied for my LSD, I submitted my portfolio, but when the letter came, it shows that I can only do the single story to simple double story. Hence, I've submitted one of the plans was over 1,000 square meters and it was recently approved by them. And also a triple story plan, which was already approved and already built. But sitting in this situation, I'm very much limited because I only I don't care about doing commercial buildings, even though I like to, sometimes I will take the smaller ones, but I'm more based, my niche is in the residential areas, but I feel that I'm limited, but when I look at what I've submitted and what the response from the SACAP is that go hand to hand, it doesn't, so if I don't know how that can be able to be changed, so that because some of the I once faced the problem in one of the estate. They told me that I'm not I should give them a proof to say that SACAP has allowed me, gave me the go ahead so that I can do this type of the size of the houses in the estate. But fortunately, one of the person, the estate manager, knew me. And then that is how I was able to be assisted, because the appointed architect was asking for those things from me, and my LSD letter could not qualify me to do the plan in that area.
Yes. Right. So your LSD did not qualify you to do. I mean, you said you submitted quite a number of things, but then they allows you to they give you others, and they did not give you others. It's because of how you then answer to the question that they were asking you at that panel. So okay, there's noise on your background there. So
hello?
You can mute. Yeah, can you mute? So that
where do I unmute?
All right, okay, no, it's right.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine.
I can hear
So
you now.
what I'm trying to say there, it's when you submit for LSD, RP, or special consent, I want to reiterate that it's not an automatic that you are going to qualify there. No, like what Mr. Banashwa was saying there, it is you need to go through an assessment, and that assessment is the one that will then say, okay, after the panelists have assessed you, they are comfortable that your knowledge, your experience from what you have submitted can enable you to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the proof before their hand. Hence, we are having this.
Just to interject, Mr. Munez, I was never afforded that opportunity to come and do the presentation.
Okay, so it's a special case there, of which I just need to check that one. How? You said special LSD.
Yes, LSD, because in the letter because we asked us to submit our plans, our work that we did, so I did that.
Okay, no, if it was an LSD, so there are quite a number of things that they did not agree on your LSD. I'm not sure because I'm not privy to that information and to the process. Probably one of the buildings. I'm not saying that it is just a generic response. One, the plan might not have been approved. I'm not saying
Mine all were approved. I can still
okay.
submit the same plans even today.
I know that remember that that thing was closed. So I'm not sure why. I'm sure in that letter of outcome they should have given you the reason why they did not approve all the buildings and they approve others. They are reasons because they who check on this one. It's you professionals who check on those buildings and then determine that yes, we can approve. But what we can do right now, LSD has been since closed. Like what Mr. Banasho was saying, that there might be another opportunity, of which we're not saying there might be another opportunity. What you need to do right now is you can apply for either RPL or you can apply for special consent. Special consent will allow you to work on those areas that you want to work on. If you want to work on those industries that you said you want to work on, you can submit those plans for special consent. We can then you can be assessed and your certificate of competence will be updated accordingly. So from right now, the best way for you to go is to go through the special consent so that you can work on those building topologies that you desire to work on. They can be exempted.
My frustration is Mr. Munetsi, I did the, let's say I remember the other plan that I submitted there, it was approved by the municipality and by the architect from the estate. It was like around 1,400 square meters. So, but now those are, I don't do those plans every day, but plans like 600 square meters, 400 square meters, 250 square meters, I do those plans most of the time. But that consent, is it a once-off thing? Application, or every time when I get such project, I must notify SACAP to ask for the special consent?
It's a once-off. Once you you approve to do that building topology, that will appear on your certificate forever. But not to go back into what happened on the special consent, because there is a decision of a panel that I am not privy to, but it's a council panel that sit there. So my advice for you now is for you to apply for special consent. That is the way forward right now. You then go to a panel. The panel will assess you and come up with a determination. You see, so that is the advice that I can give you.
But my frustration is that SACAP do have that proof of the plan, those plans that I've submitted to them. They have them, but when they are the way I hear your suggestion, but it looks like what I've submitted before is null and void. And,
yes, that's true. Remember, they assessed you, whatever mechanism they use, and that assessment, your plan did not qualify to that assessment criteria. Hence, they did not grant you. Those building topology that qualify to the set criteria, you are able to be awarded. So for the way forward, say, is for you right now to apply again for special consent. And in that special consent, and I want to be very clear to all the people who are here, there's a panelist who's going to assess your plans and everything and give you a determination. After that, you can either qualify or you cannot qualify. So I'm saying that for special consent, you can qualify or you are not be granted. For RPO, they can be upgraded or you can fail. So it's a two-way. We are not saying that it's going to be a joyride, then you submit, you pass. There's a number of things that they check. They check your competence. They check your understanding of all those 10 competence. After that, they can grant you.
Okay, for the sake of time and avoiding the dialogue, I'll do the follow-up with the office.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munetsi and Mr. Matsete. Next in line, it's Johannes Delport.
As far through you, I just want to urge our attendees just to be short and precise so that we can cover a bit. We are only left with like 10 minutes or so. So let us be short so that we can try to cover most of our questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Munetsi. Mr. Delport?
Hi, good day. Just wanted to know if everybody can hear me.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, I'm going to be short because most of the issues was raised with prior professionals in the workshop. My issue is the following. You know, and we go back and forth on this. Being registered for 20 years, SACEP, and now you must do a PPE. You know, I would suggest to SACEP, you are our body. You always say you must come up with suggestions or problem solving and stuff like that. You came into this workshop and there's basically no problem solving. In the fact that there's a gap between what when I studied at Peninsula Technical, and that I mean that's about what 25 years ago. So so now the issue is and don't get me wrong. I don't have a problem to do additional course or whatsoever, but I would prefer that it is handled through SACEP, because SACEP is now saying to us, look, the 30 years that you are in the profession actually means nothing. You either have to go back. Family men must now go back and work in the and do full-time studies. I mean, let's be honest, most of us is 55, 56, going to 60. I think SACEP must also engage with us. Coming back, LSD was there. The information wasn't shared, I think, properly. And I acknowledge what SACEP is now doing in the workshops that we're having. And I would suggest that you take it further, that you make it a monthly thing, that SACEP have a workshop with the RPs, and not, you know, you go to voluntary organizations that is not facing the issues that we are facing in our daily livelihood, you know, and to come and to maybe go back to the question that Eugene is always asking, is the double story issue. And I can remember he posed that question in the IDOW workshop, and the responses was the complexity and so forth, and the problem that buildings demolished and so forth. My experience is you will get a dilapidated double stories in our communities that don't demolish or crash or whatever, fall apart. But 90% of the buildings that has fall apart or whatever happened, I'm in the Southern Cape, and we had an issue here in George last year of a 5-story building collapsing. But to come back to that building wasn't done by a draftsman, architectural technologist, or a senior architectural technologist. It was done by an architect, and all the professionals was lined up. But if you go and you go through and you listen to what Eugene is saying, and you go to our community-based workers, like we are community-based. We don't. It's selective that we get a commercial building, but then we can't do it because of the IDOW. So I would advise SACEP, and this is my play basically. Please engage with us as RPs going forward. Let's not go back and say, yes, but that was open, you didn't apply, and so forth. Let's create more opportunities for us that has been registered for 30 years.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jonas, there for time. We had to. Let me ask Mr. Banashwa to respond to you.
Thank you, Mr. Munetsi. I think that the fact that we're having this webinar here today to say, listen, how do we identify the gaps, in your application and what you need to do, and how do we move forward is our commitment that, we want to address the challenges that the RPs are facing, especially those in the draftsman category. Whilst I cannot share too much of information based on my confidentiality agreements with SACAP, we are saying that we are listening we are hearing what you are saying. We are listening to the challenges you are facing, and we will forward these challenges to our council, and hopefully we can then get input in, hopefully we can get direction from council to say, listen, okay, this is how we move forward. But however, we are hearing what you're saying. You want more workshops. You want guidance on how to comply. You want regular workshops. So most probably we in the new year we will look at this thing, and also I think we are here to assist you. We're here to empower you. We are here to equip you with the information. When you submit your portfolio of evidence, we actually want to make sure that you are successful, and even if your application is referred, it must be for minor things that do not dishearten you. And in terms of LSD, there's lots of questions being posed about LSD. I think this may not be the ideal platform to actually answer those questions. However, we're saying that if you have serious concerns, maybe send an email to our admin, and together with your concerns, and then we can look at it, because we cannot debate the issues on LSD here, because we're not sure that the context at which you are raising it on this platform. Obviously, the committee that evaluated those LSDs, did look at applications and then said, okay, this is lacking, this was not approved by the municipality, or this was only approved by the homeowners association, therefore you do not qualify. So those are the things, but I think let's not discuss the LSD here, but we are taking cognizance of the fact that you're saying, listen, let's do more webinars to empower you, to equip you, and to enable you to undertake a successful RPL process, or to undertake a successful special consent application. And I think going forward, I think we are all in agreement that we are here to actually assist you and to encourage you to use the mechanisms that we have put in place, so that you can move from one category of registration to a higher category of registration. Obviously, we are saying that we have a rubrics in place, and unfortunately we have to use that rubrics to say, listen, this is the competency test we're going to be using, or this is the competency test that the assessors will be using, so that everyone who undergoes that process will have been went through a uniform or a unified process, and everyone was equally tested based on that rubric. So I hope I've answered that question adequately, Mr. Munetsi.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Because of time, probably because I see there are quite a few hands here, so probably if the attendees are happy, we can probably extend another 10 minutes just to answer questions. There are 2 or 3 questions on the chat that I think I can.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
we are
so-
happy. We can proceed at the 10 minutes. No problem.
All right, thank you. Okay, the first one here says would architectural design and environmental assessment for project in other countries accepted? Yes, they are accepted, as long as there's a proof there. Even the US. I've got 10 years working in Namibia. Yes, you can. They need those letters and affidavit that prove that they can be accepted. Ashen, yes. Your reason there, you need to do a professional, special consent. That is the only route. Thank you. So Kabelo, you can, I see you are already in, you can then ask your question, please, just very briefly.
Thank you
One
very
question.
much, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, everyone. Good afternoon. Yeah, no, already I heard that others have already thanked this process. But I have a few questions. I will be very quick. One,
Yeah,
I heard that you.
I'm gonna allow you 2 questions, say only 2.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
I heard you spoke about that this category of a professional architectural draftsperson is actually having 35 credits, if I heard you properly. And then when I look at the advanced diploma in architectural technology, that has about 240 credits. So now I just wanted to ask, now that a professional architectural draftsperson is having 35 credits, are we then going to be credited the 35 credits when we are looking of trying to do perhaps that 2-year course of architectural technologies so that one can be able to close that gap? And then in that, I also want to check this recognition of prior learning. Does it only focus on architectural work only? Because of some of us might have studied a different course. Like in this case, I have studied civil engineering. And when you look at civil engineering, it has a concept, or rather 1 or 2 modules that relates to architectural work. And then the other thing is about competency, the certificate of competency. After I got registered under SACAP, I received a certification of competency, and then at the bottom there it written permission has been granted to undertake the following types of work that normally would fall outside the scope of work that can be undertaken by a professional registered in this category. And then they gave me all the options there: agriculture, commercial, community, educational, industrial, medical, social services, recreational, residential, and other. But now the certificate is actually for professional architectural draftsperson. So I don't know what happened there that ended up making that particular permission. And when I listen to all the challenges that all members are actually raising, are actually different from what I have. And this raises a concern on my side. Lastly, my last question.
Yeah,
Sorry?
yeah. I will give you 30 seconds.
Okay. My last question is, in terms of recognition of prior learning. Oh, I already spoke about that. I wanted to make a practical example so that I can pose a question. Let's say a client is already having a double-story building, and then now this client wants to make an extension of a double garage. Now that one is not supposed to be doing a double-story building, am I not going to be allowed to do such a design? Because I feel that I'm actually would be in the position to do the double story because of I'm supposed to do single stories only. But now, if the double story is already approved, and as an architectural professional, I still need to do that structure as is, though I still have to do the extension of the double, of the double garage. So I think there is a little bit of confusion there that needs clarity, so that when one takes such jobs or rather architectural work, then one has a clear understanding. Thank you very much. And then my question, I don't know if I was answered. It was about the disaster in Jagersfontein. I was involved in a disaster in Jagersfontein after the mine burst, where one managed to design over 120 different houses. And that was a success. It was architectural work up until construction. So I just want to check, can I use that project to submit for recognition of prior learning? Thank you.
Yeah, that one, it's your own decision and not for this platform, because it's now a specific and we don't want to go into specific details. Then therefore you just need to submit or send to Nuran. Nuran who can then assist you to address that. Then I will answer the first question, and Mr. Daneshwar probably the second question there very in a minute. I don't know which category that you are in, but the certificate of competence only applies for 3 categories: your draft person, which is PAD, your PAT, and your PSAT, that is your senior technologist. Those are the 3 categories that applies for certificate of competence. And whatever building topologies under that certificate are the one that you need to design on. The second one that let me leave, because it's quite technical, let me leave it to Mr. Banashwa to address it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monetsi. So you're referring to the double-story building and the additions and alterations to that double-story building?
Yes, Meneer. Yes, Meneer.
Oh, okay. All right. So you registered as a as a draftsperson, and how many years of experience you have?
So far, it's 3 years, Meneer.
Oh, okay. All right. So in terms of the IDOW, you will be restricted. However, now that you have the 3 years, you can actually undergo an RPL process, or you can undergo a special consent process where you'll be granted permission, to do that kind of work. So you need to show us where work of a double-story nature that you have done, either via a JV with another architectural practice, or you've worked in in the office of another professional, and where you acquired the necessary skills that will equip you to do that kind of work. Obviously, we've outlined the process and the procedure you need to follow to actually do that kind of work. However, in terms of the IDOW, I think that the IDOW is actually addressing that issue, that if you're a newly registered draftsperson, you will automatically align to that IDOW. And then the reason why we had the LSD is to say, listen, that we do not want to disrupt your practice. So if you were doing work of a double-story nature, or if you're doing skyscrapers or hospitals or any other work, we then said, listen, submit your LSD, and then we will grant you the permission. And even though we're not giving you a category upgrade, but you as a draftsman will then be given the consent to do that kind of work, outside your category of registration, because we have then looked at your portfolio of evidence, and we said, listen, that this RP, was doing this kind of work, therefore we will continue to, therefore we'll give him the permission required to do the kind of work. Then when we hearing your 120 houses that you did, for a mining company, I think that will form only one component of, you remember, of your application. So we're saying that you need to submit, up to 5 project types. Your 5 project types need to be of a variety of building typology. So you need to submit, residential housing, double-story housing, maybe a shopping center. You look at it at the, so if you look at the IDOW now, and we're saying, listen, you want to upgrade from a draftsperson to a technologist, you need to look at the IDOW, look at what work has been allocated for a technologist, and then see whether you have done, whether you have that experience. Even if you so you look at that work, and then you submit that 5, but if you only submit one, one project type, you won't be successful in your application, because it says, listen, you need to submit a diverse range of building typologies. However, if those 120 houses consisted of double-story structures, then we're saying, go the RPL route and then get consent to actually do those double-story houses. And in that way, you won't be restricted in any way whatsoever. Thank you.
But can I get clarity on the one of 35 points, credits and 240?
Oh, yes. So I'm assuming that you're going to be going to an architectural learning site to actually study the advanced certificate, advanced diploma. Can you just clarify that?
Yes, Meneer.
Yes. So what's going to happen is that the learning site will then you will then submit your current certificate together with your application form, and they will do the valuation, and they'll say, listen, we'll give you credits for this. will give you credits for that, and they will make that decision. Your architectural learning site will actually make that decision for you and say, listen, we're going to grant you credits, or we're not going to grant you credits. So the decision lies with the architectural learning site. So the same thing will apply whether you from technologist to senior tech. If your diploma, you submit your diploma, they will evaluate that diploma and then say, okay, listen, can what credits can we take forward, or what we're not going to take forward. But I am assuming that you are now going to be studying in the field of technology. So obviously they may not consider that. They may just say, listen, go ahead and study, do the modules, and if you are successful, you'll then be granted the permission to. You'll be then be awarded that qualification, and then obviously if you wrote the PPE exam. If you wrote part 1, then you need to write part 2 because be registered as a candidate at SECAP. And then once you write the exams, and if there's any other restrictions, you fulfill those restrictions, and then you'll have professional status. So it's up to the university who's going to look at how credits are going to move across. So it's very difficult for me to actually answer that question. But I know that it will be the learning sites that will actually evaluate your certificate.
No, thank you, Meneer.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pastu. And we have Sichabuliso Dube.
Hi everyone. Thank you so much. I've got 2 questions. Firstly, how long does it take to get an outcome from the day you do the RPL interview? The reason why I'm asking is that I did an RPL interview in December 2023, and then sometime last year, July 2024, I was requested to pay that phase 2 authentication fee, I think of about 6,000 or 7,000, which I did. And then everything went quiet. And then sometime this year, which is about 8 plus minus 18 months after the interview, I did inquire, and then they just told me, look, I just need to resubmit. So there's no outcome that I got, nothing. So how does it work? What are the timelines? And then in my case, how do you deal with that situation? Do I need to resubmit or what? Please advise. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not sure what's happened there. So what you need to do is send Nuran and myself an email. You said you did 2020 or 2021, and you did not get anything.
2023, December 2023, which is almost 2 years ago, the interview. And then July, I did the payment last year. And then, yeah, nothing happened, no response, no outcome.
So how did you, no, something is not straight. So did you appear before a panel?
Yes, I did. It was an online presentation that I did, presenting my portfolio, myself, and so forth. Yeah. And then I paid that phase 2 authentication fee.
Yeah, authentication, that's when you appear before the panel. That is the authentication. But send us an email, we'll check on that one. It should take us 90 days for the entire process to finish. Within 90 days, it must be done. So I'm not sure what's really happened for that, but I apologize. We'll look at it. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Right. I think our time is fast spent. I'm not sure the panel. I see there are quite a lot of hands there. Can I then ask probably another 2 minutes just to take 1 or 2 questions? Then, please, all others, write all your questions on question and answer. We can answer the question and submit it to the profession thereafter. We can send to all of us who are on the. So let me just take two questions, then we close. Tsepo, Dio, and Vinotha Govenda. So these are the last 3. Can you come in?
Hi, Vinod and Govender here. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Yes, one question, sir?
Okay. I guess the most important one I have would be at some point, it has to do with public works projects. So in terms of the RPL process, at some point, public works projects only require that we submit courtesy copies to the municipality because, you know, we went through quite a stringent design review
Yes.
committee for, say, SAPS or Department of Justice. Will those be acceptable projects to bring into the portfolio?
Yes, but on the cover letter, remember I said on the cover letter there must be that letter that motivate and say and states the competence and so forth. You would say that we know that government sometimes there are buildings they are not approved. They just send. You say that this building was for a government project. You give us a narrative. You give us documents that shows us that this is under government. And if there's an approval from your whoever you have been working with from the government, whatever contact detail, let's say it's a government of Limpopo department, they need to give us that supporting document that Mr. Govenda worked on this project, and this project is this one, it has been completed. They can assess on that. It's not a problem.
Okay. And
Whether
one
approved or not, yes. Yeah.
One very quick question, if I could steal it, and it requires a short answer.
Yes.
Is it preferable to use projects that have gone through the full life cycle, i.e. stage 1 to 6, or the
Yes.
minimum? Okay, preferable.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Tsebo Moloi, one question very fast. Say our time is fast spent.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You can shoot, please.
Yes. Okay, I have two questions, but I will start with the one that is critical.
Let's
with
just
the
take
10,
the one that's critical.
with the 10 knowledge areas and the 6 working stages. Let's say for myself, I did maybe 4 projects that start from maybe stage 1 until 4.2. But I have other projects where I didn't design, but I started from stage 4.2 until stage 6. Can I merge all those projects if I want to apply for the RPL? I don't know if you get that question. So if with the 10 knowledge area,
we get it. Let me ask Mr. Banashwa to answer it.
and then another thing, before Mr. Banashwa, I have an NQF level 6 in architectural technologist, and when I applied for to be registered as a RPL, they registered me as a draftsperson. But on my NQF level, I got close to 200 and something credits as a architectural technologist, and I have recently renewed my license as well. I don't know, in that case, will I have to go for RPL technologist, or with my certificate that has 200 and something, I'm stand to be correct, but 230 credits. Can I?
Let me just answer the last one.
Please, the communication level with SACA, please, guys, can you be efficient? Because some of us, we didn't know that there's what's that other thing, APW or something. We didn't get all those communications. So I feel like it feels like it's a special case where other people can apply. Some of us, we don't get it. So we plead with you, SACA. Sincerely are standing with us. Please have good communication with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Please check your email and always visit your profile. There's also what we call library there, and your email there is where all the email that we communicated with you guys, they are there. Secondly, just follow us on Facebook, follow us on LinkedIn. If you have with those platforms, or those information, they will be communicated. But yeah, I take your point. Then the last question there that you asked there, we need to, I don't know your current category, and that will then inform your registration. If you are a draft person, you then have to apply to be a technologist. You cannot skip you cannot skip categories. If you acquire
Sorry,
said,
I
hold
said,
on.
okay, I
are
said I
always-
get NQF level 5 in architectural profession, and then I got all the credit, that is 200 and something. And you say the minimum value for being a draftsperson is about 36 category credit. I'm saying with my situation where I have more than
No,
36 credit.
no. You did not hear that part correctly. If it is NQF level 5, it's a draft person. That's not what you are saying there, and does not represent the legacy one on that. But let me give Mr. Banashwa to answer your first question there. Very fast. I wanted to close at 20 past. Now it's 20 past. Mr. Banashwa, can you please go answer him? Then I will take the last one.
Okay, Mr. Moretti, I'll be quick. I think this is a very unique question that has been posed
Yes.
today in that the 10 the complexity and the 6 work stages. We're having a situation where we have done work to work stage 4 for work stage 1 to 4.2, and then we had another set of projects where we haven't done work to from work stage 1 to work stage 4.2, but we have done it from 5 and 6. So I think that's going to what you call that creates a unique challenge, which I'm not in the position to answer here today. However, we are asking that gentleman to send us an email, and then we will discuss it at a committee level, and then we will able to give you the feedback as to whether you are able to submit an RPL application, or what you need to do to actually close the gaps. But I actually cannot commit myself in answering this question, because it's very unique. It's the first time I'm coming across this kind of a situation. I know that if one of your projects you did it to 4.2, and the other 4 you took it to close out, then it's easy to demonstrate the 10 competencies. However, the issue here is the building typologies, so there might be gaps in the building typologies that's actually going to inform your competency level. So I'd suggest drop us an email, and then the office will send it to the correct committee. We'll send it to the we'll send it to the RPL committee, and then they will advise you accordingly. But I think it's a unique question that I'm unable to answer today.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Danashwa. Then I will take Mr. Dior. Dior, can you please come through? You will be the last speaker.
Good day, how are you?
I'm good, say come through.
Yes, just a quick one. I would like to advise, I've been registered since 2006 as a draftsman, and I've been like that even today. So what I would like to request is SACAP must recognize people that have been in the industry for a very long time, and that has contributed a lot towards how South Africa is today positively. If you are an existing architect, it's like you are an existing building, you have been used as an office. It doesn't mean if new regulations comes, then that thing won't be an office anymore. If there's regulations that are changing, let it affect the newcomers. And we have contributed a lot, and to see that today we have been reduced to like we haven't contributed to all the buildings in South Africa, to me it doesn't make sense. And the other thing is, I would like SACAP to look at the professional fees. Also make it mandatory that when you are solving the disputes between clients and architects, whatever the fee that they charge, if it wasn't according to the professional fee, that should be a contravention also, because I believe protecting the public, it's also the public paying the right costs for the project so that there's no disputes. Architecture is a very complicated subject, unfortunately, and it's difficult to understand the terms and conditions, especially between clients and architects. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will just try to answer. Then Mr. Banashwa will also answer and probably give more meat, then we close. On your questions, they definitely SACAP recognize everyone, and hence no matter whether you joined when or you know, we are a regulator. As a regulator, we view all RPs in one eye, without saying that the issue of law, when the law is passed, or when regulations are processed, they cut across the entire spectrum, like the laws of the country. They cut across the entire spectrum. But what I would also urge you, it's you can either go through the route of RPL, or else you can RPL, so that you can upgrade from being a draft person to a technologist, or else you can apply special consent so that you can do other buildings that are outside the scope of your registration category. I will then give it to Mr. Banashwa just to answer you as well, and to give his closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Munetsi. I think there's a common thread here regarding those who were registered, since 2006 as draftsmen with X amount of years, ranging from 20 to 30 to 40 to 50 years of experience. And, I'm not sure the circumstances around this RP and the reason as to why he did not apply for that LSD upgrade. Then listening further, he then says, listen, there's a lack of communication. So I can't answer for the lack of communication, but I am personally requesting all the RPs who are on this platform now to please make sure that your contact details are updated. If you read the code of conduct, it says that it is your responsibility to ensure that your email addresses, your telephone numbers, your addresses are all up to date. So if your information is incorrect, you would not be receiving the information that SACAP sends, every day or every second day or every third day. And in terms of actually obtaining information, we're also saying, listen, go to your profile and you will find information there. And I think you also mentioned other social media platforms where we can get the information. But we are hearing what the RPs are saying. Listen, we registered from 2006, and we did not take up that opportunity for an LSD. I think we will forward some of these concerns, some of these not concerns, but some of these matters that have been raised here to our committee, and then say, listen, that some of the RPs were not aware for whatever reasons. And then let's see what we can then do, to address those. But in the meantime, we're saying that let's look at RPL and let's look at special consent to address some of the issues that you may be experiencing. And I think I can't discuss more than this, because in the absence of reasons as to why he didn't apply, I'm not able to give you the correct advice. So we will hint at SACAP and say, listen, that this type of information was coming through at this webinar, and let's see what we can then do to address these issues.
To address the issues. Okay. No.
Yeah, and then I don't know whether you want me to wrap up or you want to, because I think you're doing
no, you can wrap up.
Oh, okay. I won't be very long. Just take into account that we really went a step over our time. So I think firstly, I want to thank each and every professional who participated today in this process. I think your contributions, your questions, and your engagement, was really appreciated. We the only time we understand the challenges and the issues you face is through these kinds of engagements. We also heard that, listen, whilst there were certain mechanisms in place that were meant to address some of the issues, especially that of our draftsmen, and they have not taken those opportunities for whatever reason. We're taking note of that to then forward to our committees and see what can we do about it. And then in terms of RPL and special consent and exemption applications, we are appealing, we as SECAP are appealing to each and every one, of our registered professionals to actually do an evaluation, do a self-evaluation, and then see where you fit in the greater schemes of things. We don't want to come back 10 years later and say, listen, that I'm still here where I was 10 years ago. So we're saying, listen, do that self-evaluation. Firstly, let's go and read all of where this information is located. Let's look at the IDOW. The IDOW has lots of guiding documents there that actually point you in the right direction and says these are the skills and competencies that you require or you need to fulfill to perform work at a certain category of registration. So once we understand those mechanisms, or once we understand that information, we're going to find that we can then navigate our RPL and special consent spaces much more easy. And in so doing, we're going to find that our applications are going to be more successful. And whenever we have these RPL sessions, we're then going to hear your feel-good stories and your empowering stories and your words of encouragement to encourage other applicants to actually undertake those processes. So again, I'm just saying that, we have the mechanism in place. We also SECAP has to set a standard. SECAP can't, do things willy-nilly. We are guided by policy that comes from HEQSF. We are guided by policy that comes from SEQA. Remember, we also have international benchmarking. We as a regulator have signed international treaties and international accords that allow our professionals to practice internationally without any challenges or without any issues. And therefore we simply can't have processes in place that are willy-nilly. I think one of the things I just want to illustrate here is that when we look at the issues faced by our doctors who study overseas, when they come to South Africa, their qualifications are not recognized, and their examinations are quite strenuous, and there's lots of issues around that. We need to be grateful that the architectural profession and the council has signed, we got Washington, Dublin, we got Canberra Accord, we got all of these international treaties that we signed that says, listen, that our education, our education and training meets a certain international standard. And when we give the universities the license to practice or the license to teach, we get people from overseas that come here, academics from overseas who come here and validate that process and says, listen, we are happy with the level of education and training provided by our architectural learning sites. So in the same vein, when we're saying, listen, that when we're doing an experience-based RPL process, we have a similar rubrics in place which the universities use. So even though we do not give you a qualification, it's only the university who can give you a qualification. We are saying that you need to be proud of the standards that we meet, whether it's nationally or internationally, that when you are successful in these processes, you're right up there with the rest of our international society or our national society. So you mustn't feel that SECAP just simply decides one day they're going to do this and they're going to do that. I think in terms of I just want to speak a little bit in terms of our IDOW. We have the international committee coming to us and getting advice from us because we have done tremendous work and we've resolved many issues, whether it's in terms of Competitions Commission. I've heard one of the gentlemen speak about enforcement of professional fees. Unfortunately, we in South Africa, we cannot enforce professional fees because our Competitions Commission, we are guided by the mandates from the Competition Commission, which believes in a free market enterprise. Therefore, we need to be competitive in the way we charge fees. Whilst we understand that the undercutting of fees is a problem here, we need to know that some of the things we can't enforce because we have other pieces of legislation that says, listen, you can't collude and set fees. So therefore, when our fees are recommended fees, and which you as a practice need to determine whether I'm going to charge within the fee, or I'm going to charge below the fee, or I'm going to charge much higher than the fee. However, we're finding that where people charge way below the fee, we normally find those professionals at the investigating committee because they are unable to fulfill their obligations. So I think I've covered an overall spectrum of things relating to RPL or international benchmarking, professional fees, and we just want to finally parting shot to encourage everyone to undertake an RPL process or to undertake a special consent process or to do that self-evaluation, identify your gaps, and then close those gaps. And whenever you're doing work, make sure that you align to the 6 work stages, align to the 10 competencies, and see how best you can then provide that information at a later stage when you do a portfolio of evidence. So if you are not doing that, we are encouraging you to start doing that now, so that you find that when you do this process, you are not highly disadvantaged. So I think that's my parting shot. Mr. Monetsi, I don't know if you want to say a word or two, or the program director wants to say a word or two, but I have said my thing here.
Thank you very much. For me, I would like to thank the entire RP community who were with us since we started and up to now. Thank you for the questions, and thank you for all the feedback that you have provided. We have taken all the questions that you put on the chat that were not answered. We will definitely answer them and provide them as a practice notes to the professionals. With that being said, I would like to thank all our panelists, Mr. Banashwa, our program director, Nuran, and all the other ladies who just left. Thank you very much, and all to the attendees, thank you very much. And also, let's keep check our emails, or right away go to your profile. All the emails, communication, they are already there. You can also get some of the information that we have missed. Also, follow us on social media. We also always post those most of the communications, so that you'll be kept up to date. Thank you, and would like to declare this webinar closed. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.